we're considering ways of reducing the length of evidence in chief in future. Generaal Major is nog steeds oneer. Mr. Mbofo.
Thank you, Chairperson.
General still under oath.
Mr. Mbofo, are you moving away from the point about the length of time available for the briefing of the members?
Yes. I think I had already moved. One of the reasons, Chair, was exactly, it's one of those things. I know it's somewhere, but I couldn't put my finger on it. And that's why I promised the Chair that when I do find the suggestion that it was not longer than 10 minutes, if I find it during the cross-examination, I'll come back to it. Otherwise, I'll do it with other witnesses. But I have moved away from it. Thank you, Chair. The only
sorry. May I say one further thing about the question of the National Commissioner? I think it would be sensible, if I may say so, for the evidence leaders, Mr. Semenya, and possibly you, if you're still cross-examining at the time, to consider when it would be appropriate for her to come back. I mean, as I say, we can't have her sitting around here for days. She's got important work to do in her office, and presumably elsewhere in the country. So we try to find a convenient time when she can come, finish her evidence, and then go. That's obviously a matter of importance. But it's primarily a matter for Mr. Semenya to attend to, but with the cooperation of everybody. Yes. I take it you're happy with that, Mr. Semenya. All right, let's carry on with the cross-examination. My colleague, Advocate Hemrod, I think, may want to say something further or ask you something further about the point that she raised.
Yeah.
I just want some clarity from the General before you start.
Maybe, Commissioner, if you don't mind, there's just one question which might assist your inquiry that I might put in that regard. Literally one, yeah. General, how far distance-wise was FHA1 from FHA2?
Ek is nie seker nie.
Chairperson,
Okay.
I'm not certain.
All right.
I think it's more relevant to know what the travelling time between the two was by the means of travel used by those who were travelling between the two. Yeah.
Voorzitter, ek was nooit op die toneel nie, so ek weet nie die terrein of daar direkte pad is.
We'll have to ask
I
other people.
was not on the scene, Chairperson, so I do not really know the way to travel from one to the other.
General, if you look at the briefing minutes TT4 of the JOCOM meeting held at 6 o'clock in the morning, and if you look at page 2, do you have that with you, General? If you look at page 2, halfway down the page, there's a timeline for deployment. The 7:30 entry, line function commanders briefing to their members. The question I have is, what is that briefing about?
Voorzitter, commissaris, dit is 6 uur begin ons met die JOCOM vergadering met die hoofbevelvoerders. Dan in dieselfde tyd sal daar dan hulle begin met 'n parade om dan die lede bymekaar te kry terwyl ons besig is met dit.
Chairperson and members, at 6 we started with the JOCOM and with other members and for the people to organize the people, their members.
Voorzitter, dan direk na afloop van die JOCOM vergadering gee ons dan 'n geleentheid.
Directly
Sorry, Major General. Mr. Boy's got interpreted into Xhosa.
Kubuza ngendawo iJOCOM, but what I am lost at is this FH4 and FH whatever it is. I still
FHA is forward holding area and 1 or 2. There were 2 forward holding areas, and FHA1 is forward holding area number 1, and FHA2 is forward holding area number 2, and there were members of the various members of the of the police service placed at these two forward holding areas with their commanders, prepared to do certain things at the appropriate time. That's what that's about.
Which means holding
forward
people that forward
holding areas. Forward holding area 1, forward holding area 2.
Mr. Chairman, could I just ask to be of assistance to Mr. Boy on this? Mr. Boy, if perhaps you could just refer to it. Into eyayisenzeka phaya njengoba kwakuzawubakho njengoba amapolisa ayiphaya ezakwenza le nto ayezayenza, kwakukho indawo ezimbini. Eyokuqala beyibiza i-forward holding area 1. Kuloo ndawo kubekwe amapolisa ekuzawuxa sekuqaliswa athathwe kulaa ndawo asiwe phaya. Eyesibini beyibiza i-forward holding area 2. Nayo ikwanamapolisa abekwe phaya nawo azawuthathwa kulaa ndawo abeselesiwe. Ungaske mhlawumbi uyibiza uba laa ndawo kwakugcinwe okanye kubekwe amapolisa yokuqala, nalaa ndawo kwakugcinwe okanye kubekwe amapolisa yesibini.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Just to interpret what you said, I take it that what you said was in accordance with our understanding of the position.
Chairperson, if Mr. Boy can interpret that to mean he understands what you're saying.
I've spoken already about saving time at these inquiries.
But I think,
You know, what I really wanted to know was whether the briefing there at 7:30, the contents of that briefing, whether it's the same as the briefing after the 1:30 JOCOM meeting, or are they two different briefings?
Commissaris, die oggendse vergadering is terugvoer van die bespreking op die JOCOM. So dit wat ons op JOCOM bespreek het, gaan die bevelvoerders nou terug na die lede toe en hulle gaan praat oor wat die JOCOM se bespreking was. So
The meeting of the morning is a briefing of what had taken place in the JOCOM meeting.
inhlanganiso ezizathi zabakho zeJOCOM bezijolene nokuthi kuzabe kuxoxa ukuthi bekusenzeka ntoni kuxelelwana uba wonke umuntu abe nolwazi lokokuba kufikelelwe phi kwinto yonke beqhubekeka.
Commissaris, so die special JOCOM en die toelichting wat daarna plaasgevind het, is dan addisioneel tot dit wat reeds in die oggend oorgedra was in die lede.
The special JOCOM, which is held later, is then special in additional to what was discussed earlier.
Le iJOCOM bathetha ngayo ukuba nge-special ibileyo ebizakwenza uba wonke umuntu afumane ulwazi lokokuba sekuqhubekeke ntoni ukuzawuthi ga kule ndawo sebekuyo ngelo xesha.
Does that mean that the actual implementation of stage 3 was not dealt with in the briefing in the morning?
Commissaris, dis korrek, ons het nie in die detail ingegaan nie, alhoewel dit reeds bewus was, maar ons het nie in die detail nie. Die detail was dan tydens die 13:30 special JOCOM.
That is correct, Commissioner. Though there had been decisions about it, we did not get into detail until the 1:30 meeting.
Njalo into kokuba ke bekuzawube kuxoxwa kubonisana uba sekufikelelwe phi kwiingxoxo zonke nezinto zonke bekuthiwe kwavunyelwana ngazo uba funeka kufikelelwe kuzo okanye zenzekile.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just one or two questions arising from that. In any event, from what the schedule you see there, it's clear that at least 1 hour was budgeted for in respect of both the commander's briefing and the line function briefing, correct? The one was 6 to 7, the other one 7:30 to 8:30.
This is looking for it, Mr. Boy. It might help if you interpreted the question. So it make it easier for you when you interpret the answer.
Oh, sorry. I can repeat the question while the witness is looking for Mr. Boy's benefit. As I was saying, does it appear from the document that Commissioner Hemraj referred to that 1 hour was budgeted for each briefing, namely the commander's briefing and the line function briefing?
uthi kukho uxwebhu apho kufuneka okuthe kwabhalwa kulo izinto ebekuxoxwa ngazo kwixesha elithile ukuba ke kugqitywe ngokuthi kuza kwenzeka ntoni. Eyona ndawo ke befuna ukuqonda ngayo ukuba kuxoxwe kwafikelelwa phi ke izawudluliselwa nakwabanye ke loo nto uba baziswe nabo ukuba kufikelelwe kweliphi inqanaba kwiingxoxo zabo.
Voorsitter, nee, vir die bevelvoerders is daar 1,5 uur voor voorsiening gemaak.
For the commanders, 1.5 hours was provided.
Tydens die JOCOM en dan die toelichting daarna deur die bevelvoerders en die lede was daar 'n uur voorsiening gemaak.
During the JOCOM and the briefing to the commanders, an hour was provided.
Ixesha elalibekelwe iingxoxo kwaba bazenkomanda bebenexesha labo abalibekelweyo nabejocom bebonke bedibene bebenexesha abalibekelweyo ukuba baza kulisebenzisa kwiingxoxo zabo.
Yes, and at that stage at the stage of those briefings, did you personally know that, in the words of General Mbombo, today was D-Day?
Kule ephathelene no General Mbombo iingxoxo ezo ke bezimiselwe ukuba zizawuqhutywa njani.
With accuracy, that was Captain Andrea's expression. The General had said something slightly different, but I don't think it's material for the purposes of your question.
Yes, I'm codifying it. Yeah. Well, she said, we're ending this thing today. Something, words to that effect.
Were you aware of that? That had only been said, obviously. That was only said at 9:30. So in the briefing at the JOCOM before that, obviously, that factor wasn't taken into account. Would that be correct?
That's exactly why I'm asking you. It might have been discussed earlier.
I'm repeating your question for the Major General. If I repeated it incorrectly, you can be cross with me. If I'm doing it accurately, be grateful.
Okay. Well, you are not repeating it correctly, and I'm not cross with you still, Chair. But the question is, you know what the General communicated in the press briefing. Were you aware of that she communicated at the press briefing regarding the 16th being the day where the thing would be resolved, as at the time of 16th?
When you weren't here, he told us that he was there at the time.
He was where?
When he gave his evidence in chief, he said he was at the briefing.
I know, I've read that, Chair.
So why are you asking now?
No. Chair, I think the problem is between you and me. All I'm saying is he was there at the briefing with Mbombo.
Yeah.
At 6 o'clock, we're now talking at 6 o'clock. Was he aware already at 6 o'clock of what was going to happen at 9:30?
That's the question I repeated to him in the hope that we might be able to move on. Anyway, let's give the Major General a chance to answer the question you and I both asked him.
Into ezibuzwayo ngoku apha kuba iingxoxo ezi okanye izigqibo bezithathiwe bezizawuthi zidluliselwe njani nakwabanye.
Voorsitter, dit was geensins 'n bespreking tydens die 6:00 oggend JOCOM vergadering nie. Die provinsiale kommissaris was nie teenwoordig nie en daar was nie so 'n bespreking nie.
The provincial commissioner wasn't present in that meeting at 6, and there were no such discussions during that meeting.
Ucommissioner we-province ebengekho ke yena kuleyo ntlanganiso, akubangakho zingxoxo eziphathelele naye kuloo ntlanganiso.
Yeah, well, that's not what I asked you, but anyway, let's move on. Can you...
Mr. Poffer, you got the answer you wanted. You wanted to establish from him that when he gave the briefings at 6 o'clock in the morning, he wasn't aware of the provincial commissioner's decision to say what she was going to say at 9:30 and what Captain Andrea was going to summarise later. He said he wasn't aware of that, therefore there was no discussion of that. That's exactly what you asked
him. He never said he was not aware, Chair. You, the first person to say that. He didn't say he was not aware. All he says is that there was no discussion about the provincial commissioner, which is not what I asked him. I asked him, he aware, Anandale, aware of the fact that it was D-Day? It's a simple question.
I understood him to be saying exactly that. Mr. Berger, you turned your light on.
Chair, we are really wasting time. I follow this evidence very clearly. The question you put was clearly understood by the witness. He answered it. My learned friend didn't like the answer, so he said to the witness he didn't answer the question. It doesn't advance the debate, and we're wasting time.
Let's move on.
Yeah, well, Mr. Berger is wasting my time now. Okay,
we're not going to get any profit from having these little spats into
exactly,
each
my
other.
point is
Let's just concentrate, keep an eye on the ball, try to get it into the net as many times as we can, and then we may surprise ourselves with the result.
Rather, General, yesterday we were busy with, firstly, have you got us the delegation of authority that says you can just up and go from Pretoria and come to Marikana?
He wasn't going to get that. He was going to give his job description.
Yeah.
Have you got your job description with you today, or is it still coming?
Voorsitter, ek is inwonend in Rustenburg in die week. Dit is my kantoor in Pretoria. Ek het gedink ek sal oor die naweek Vrydag sal ek na my kantoor toe gaan.
I thought I would go to my office on Friday, Mr. Chairperson, because I'm presently staying in Rustenburg.
Uthi-ke uxwebhu lomsebenzi wakhe uwonke uba ucaciswe njani namagunya anawo akezanga nalo elo xwebhu ngoba ulapha ungokwentlalo ngoku umzi wakhe wona usePretoria becinge ukuba uzawuthi ngolwesihlanu xa egoduka alifumane elo xwebhu azokwazi ukuthi aphinde abuye nalo.
So do I understand that now you're saying you didn't promise a delegation of authority framework?
He didn't promise it today.
He did. It's on the record.
I didn't understand it to promise it
It's
today.
on the record.
Even if he promised it today, his lex non cogit ad impossibilia, he couldn't do it. He's going to give it to us after the weekend. Let's carry on. We'll get it after the weekend, and if necessary, if you finish with him already, we'll get him back for that.
Yeah, well, I'm entitled to know what it is I'm going to get, Chair. But anyway, I'll move on.
He's going to give you his job description as it is contained in a document in his office. That's what he's going to get for you, and we will see it when it comes.
That's fine. I'll be happy to have that, but
Okay,
that's not what you promised us yesterday.
Let's carry on.
Yeah, thank you. Now we were busy with what I call the significant events. The significant events around the incident on the 16th that I would say have the Annandale fingerprints, so to speak. Is it also correct that you mobilized the presence of Lieutenant Colonel McIntosh, who was the chief negotiator?
Kunjalo na ukuba nguwe owenza amalungiselelo okokuba kubekho uMcIntosh lo obengomnye wabantu abathatha inxaxheba kuthethwathethwano?
Voorsitter, nee, ek het nie Luitenant Kolonel McIntosh in persoon gemobiliseer nie.
I did not mobilize personally Lieutenant Colonel McIntosh.
Ayinguye ngoqobo lwakhe othe wawenza loo malungiselelo okubakho kukaMcIntosh.
Well, I thought your evidence was that you called I can't remember the rank, Straydom, who then brought McIntosh, but that was done at your initiative.
Common cause, para 8 of his statement, that he telephoned the National Coordinator for Hostage Negotiators, Lieutenant Colonel Straydom, asked him to deploy a team of negotiators, and the negotiators under command of Lieutenant Colonel McIntosh in due course arrived. That common cause, you don't have to ask me about that, he's already said it.
Chairperson, with the greatest respect, that's exactly why I asked the question. The answer should have been yes, but he says he did not. So it's no longer common cause when he denies it.
But I don't want to get involved in the argument. You asked an inexactly phrased question. Did you get him? The answer was no, I didn't. Somebody else said to me, I spoke. The answer was he spoke to someone else who sent him. So, anyway, let's not waste time.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
May I say this to you? The time we have available is limited. Please, I want everyone to think of it as water in a bucket. Every drop that's wasted is something that we will regret. So let's carry on using the water as profitably as we can.
Yes, Chairperson. No one should waste the water. That's the point I'm making. General, really, is it true that through the medium of somebody else you mobilized McIntosh?
No, I object to that question.
Chief, do we have to ask him something that he said in chief? You know that. Let's move on to your question based on that. Mr. Berger, you turned your machine on. You want to take that?
Chair, it's in the statement, which was read over 4 days. Why that question has to repeat it is...
You're now repeating what I said. So carry on, Mr. Cook.
No, I don't know who's wasting time more here. It looks like it's a competition. Chairperson, rather Mr. Anande, General Anande. In other words, through your efforts, the person who was the chief planner and also the person who was the chief negotiator became prominent members of the operation, correct?
Umntu lo obe ngomnye wabo thethathethwano kanye unxibelelwana kwinto zonke zokuba kufuneka kuthethiwe nabanye ibinguye ophethe okhokhele yonke into na.
Voorzitter, ek het vir onderhandelaars gevra en Luitenant-Kolonel McIntosh en sy span het opgedaag.
I requested negotiators, yes, Mr. Chairperson, Colonel McIntosh with his team. Okay.
Yes.
Kwacelwa uthi wacela yena owayezawuthi abe ngokhokhele uthethathethwano olo kwathunyelwa ke umhlekazi lo McIntosh.
It was also at your initiative that the deployment of the special task force was involved, correct?
Kunjalo na ukuba ukukhutshwa kuba makuyosetyenzwa ngohlobo okuvunyelene ngalo kwakukho lo general na obenguye okhoyo nakuleyo kulowo msebenzi.
Voorzitter, my initiatief en voorstel is korrek.
My initiative, and that is correct. It was my initiative, and it was, and proposal. It was correct.
Kunjalo ibiyinto noxa ke ibiyinto ibe sisiphakamiso senzileyo yena.
Thank you. And can you tell us why you thought it was necessary to have a paramilitary unit such as the STF and then went on to mobilize its deployment?
Ungasixelela na ukuba bekutheni uba makubekho imfuneko yoba kukwenziwe ulungiselelo oluyawuthi lube nomuntu okanye abantu abanolwazi kuleze zobutshoni.
Voorzitter, die spesiale taakmag is nie 'n paramilitêre eenheid nie.
Chairperson, the special task force is not a paramilitary force.
Uthi le task force uthethwa ngayo ayilo qela labantu abane nendlela zobutshoni zokusebenza.
Voorzitter, die spesiale taakmag is 'n polisie-eenheid. Die definisie van 'n paramilitêre eenheid verwys na 'n eenheid nie verbonde aan die staat nie.
Mr. Chairperson, the special task force is a police unit. The term paramilitary force has something to do with people who are not aligned to the state.
Xa kuthethwa nge-special task force akuthethwa ngabantu abathi bona ekusebenzeni kwabo basebenze okwamajoni.
Voorzitter, en dan die rede is hoekom ek 'n spesiale taakmag employ het ek omvattend na verwys in my getuienis. Ek sal dit graag herhaal as dit nodig is.
The reason I had the deployment of the special task force was extensively explained in my evidence. If it becomes necessary, I may repeat it, Chairperson.
Ebecacisile wanaba xa ebesitsho isizathu sokuba makuziswe okanye kuthethwe ngaba be-special task force.
Okay, can you go to Exhibit Q? Unfortunately, it's quite a bulky exhibit, and it's not. The numbers are not. Rather, the pages are not numbered. But you'll see that it outlines the various units. Towards the back, I have numbered mine, and it's page 88. So, but I don't expect you to do that. But just to give you a sense, it's page 88. It's a mission.
Just give us the heading of that page.
That's how time to mention. It's the mission statement of the STF. The slide before that just says mission. Yes, it's the one that's on that page on the overhead. Yeah. Can you read out the description of the special task force there?
The Special Task Force strives to be the model of excellence for tactical paramilitary policing operations in dealing with
Yes, carry on.
hostage situations, acts of terror, sabotage, sieges, other high-risk threats.
Thank you.
Ke umsebenzi we-special task force apho kuba injongo yawo iyintoni kwiimeko ezinjani.
So, do you now accept that by the SAP's own description, the STF is a paramilitary?
Mr. Pofu, that's not a good question. He gave a definition of paramilitary, which you may not agree with. He said it's something not aligned to the state. The STF obviously are people who work with the state. Your real dispute with him may relate to the meaning of paramilitary. But without challenging his definition of paramilitary, you're not going to get the answer you want by asking the question you asked.
That's fine. I'll leave it.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
It's a matter for argument anyway. If the dictionaries may well show that the definition of paramilitary you have in mind is correct, in which case you'll be able to argue the point.
I have no definition. It's the SAP's document that says it's a paramilitary force.
No, Mr. Mpofu, he said paramilitary means not aligned to the state. Okay. STF obviously is aligned to the state. They're part of the police force, I beg their pardon, the police service, and they are a state body. So on his definition, whatever the STF does, even if it might qualify might comply with the definition of paramilitary in the dictionary, he won't accept it as being paramilitary because he's got another definition. So you're wasting your time down that line. Anyway, you say we're going to not proceed with the point. Let's move to the next one.
And the person that you organized to head the planning process was also from this paramilitary force, according to the Exhibit Q. In other words, he was from STF.
Umuntu obawulungiselele ukuba makabe ngozawukhokhela lo umsebenzi lo benizabe niqondene nawo ebevela kweliphi icala ke.
Voorsitter, dis regtig jammer dat meneer Mpofu nie was toe ek getuienis gelewer het nie. Ek het ook daarna verwys dat kolonel Scott verbonde is 'n spesiale taakmag. Ek het ook verwys dat hy nie een van die 3 operasionele eenhede is nie, dat hy hoofsaaklik verantwoordelik is vir opleiding en ook ander funksies.
Chairperson, it's unfortunate that Mr. Mpofu wasn't here when I gave that evidence. I explained what the duties of Colonel Scott are. I said he is the head of training of 3 different units.
Uthi kubuhlungu ke ngokuba umhlekazi uMpofu bengekho xa yena ebengqina apha ekuqaleni,
but not attached to any of the operational units.
No, General, I've explained to you, I listened to your evidence very carefully on the internet and I've read the transcript. And the question is very simple, which is that despite, I accept whatever you've said, but that the person that you appointed was from the STF, yes or no?
Tumhlekazi noxa ke yena bengekho apha xa elingqina belingqina apha uyivile intetho yakhe kuba ebeyithe wafumana ithuba lokuyimamela intetho yakhe.
Voorsitter, ja, ek het so gesê in my verklaring en ek het so gesê aan getuienis en ek het dit nou net so weer eens bevestig.
I said so in my statement, Mr. Chairperson, so I said in my evidence, and I'm also repeating the same today.
Ewe ndandiyithethile loo nto kubo ubungqina bakho ndisayithetha nangoku.
And the person that the person that you mobilized indirectly, Macintosh, let's just say, Macintosh is a commander of the Family Violence, Sexual Offences and Child Protection Unit and a hostage negotiator, correct?
Macintosh ke unowakho umsebenzi awukhokheleyo.
Voorsitter, ek het nie Luitenant-kolonel McIntosh teen voor die tyd nie. Ek het na die tyd verneem hy's verbonde aan die speurdiens en ek het geweet toe hy ontplooi is dat hy 'n onderhandelaar is.
I did not know Colonel McIntosh until then, but now I know he is. I knew him to have been in the detective branch, but I know that now that he is. Is present. I also a negotiator.
Uthi ke ebengamazi umhlekazi lo uMacintosh kwade kwazafika elo xesha ke kodwa ke ebesazi ukuba ukhona naye emsebenzini kahulumende. Enye ke into ayaziyo ayiqondayo ngoku kuba ungumuntu obakho kunxibelelwana lo thethathethwana.
Sorry, I was mistaken. I said hostage negotiator. He's just a negotiator, as I understand.
Negotiator.
Ungumuntu othe aphathe ezo thethathethwana.
You also mobilized the additional deployment of the NIU personnel, correct?
Ubuphinde futhi wenza namalungiselelo umuntu obezawuthi abekho ovela kwi-LIU.
Voorsitter, ja, op versoek van
In paragraph 4 of exhibit 331. To turn your machine on.
No, I just wanted friendly to ask my learned friend not to ask questions which we've dealt with, which is in this statement, which we've heard for days now.
Well, I pointed out that that's at the end of paragraph 4 of 231.
Perhaps we should both do that, Chair, and see whether it doesn't help.
I think we can accept that Mr. Pofu is taking the points.
Chairperson,
and he will act appropriately.
I don't appreciate my cross-examination being interrupted unnecessarily.
Mr. Pofu,
no, it's a serious matter, Chairperson. I'm representing people here who died and who are victims. If I'm going to be...
I'm here to protect you. Ridiculous. We've had this debate before. Council are entitled to object. If they object incorrectly, if the objections are bad, I will overrule them. If they're good, I'll uphold them.
Well,
If I think there is being undue interference with cross-examination, I'll deal with it. Please don't unnecessarily raise the matter. I'm doing my duty to the best of my ability to protect you and to protect everybody else. So let's just carry on with it. Keep an eye on the ball. Let's see how many goals we can score by tea time.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's correct, isn't it, that of the units that were mobilized as from the 13th onwards, at least 5 of them have as their standard armament sharp ammunition.
Kunjalo na kuba amaqela abemiselwe elungiselelwe amiselwe kuba azawuthatha uxanduva kule meko ibikho bangabantu abavela kumaqela ngamaqela.
Sorry, so just so that we don't waste and have another question. Those 5 are the TRT, NIU, this is 4, I'm sorry. TRT, NIU, and STF, and K9. There may be others, but at least those 4 use sharp ammunition.
Kwaba be-TRT, NIU nezinye kodwa kuba uthe umhlekazi uMpofu eyona ndawo agxilise kuyo yile ngamaqela lama amane nje okwangoku.
Voorsitter, alle aangestelde polisiebeamptes in terme van die Suid-Afrikaanse polisiewet.
All police members appointed by the South African Police Services
Wonke amaqela atheke wona aqeshwa
in terms of the Police Act.
I think Mr.
aqeshwa ngokomthetho onxibelelene namapolisa okanye ongowamapolisa uqeshwa kwamapolisa.
I'm trying to help you for. I think Mr. Mpofu really is concentrating on assault rifles. I think he knows everybody's got sidearms. The question really relates to units that whose members have assault rifles. Is that right, Mr. Mpofu?
That's correct. Thank you, Chair.
So umhlekazi uMpofu eyona nto ajolise kuyo yamalungu asebenza ngemipu nebizwa nge-short rifles.
Voorsitter, daar is nie 'n eenheid wat ek aan kan dink wat nie uitgereik is met R5 aanvalsgewere nie. Dit sluit in speurdiens, dit sluit in openbare orde polisieering, dit sluit in die patrolliewaans. Daar's ook 'n bestaande reëling dat elke polisievoertuig tydens ontplooiing moet 'n R5 aanvalsgeweer op die voertuig hê.
Mr. Chairperson, there is not one unit that I know of that is not issued with the an R5. The POPs, the patrol people, the detectives are all issued with this kind of ammunition.
Uthi ngokolwazi lwakhe ke lekho iqela lamapolisa elithi xa kufuneka nalo lithathe uxanduva kwiimeko ezinobungozi babe bengenayo le mipu ekuthiwa yizi-R5.
Okay, well, in the interest of time, I'll move on. I think you know that I'm asking about standard issue because that's exactly what you said. But
Voorsitter, dit is standaard uitreiking. Ek moet dit net op die tafel plaas. Dit is standaard uitreiking.
Place it on the table, Chairperson, that this is standard issue.
Uthi le nto yokokuba kubekho lo mthetho yinto esoloko ikhona esisiqhelo.
Yeah, that's fine, General. You described yourself as that your role there was as the coordinator of the specialized units. Is that correct?
Uthi ke wena ungomnye weqela eli lithathwa njengeqela eli le-specialized unit.
Voorsitter, in bewystuk G1 op bladsy 2 paragraaf 7.
On that exhibit, Mr. Chairperson, and particularly in paragraph 7, that is exhibit GGG1.
Ngokoxwebhu olukhoyo apha i-GGG1.
Ek gesê en ek haal aan.
I said, and I quote,
I had the responsibility as the head specialized operations to command and coordinate the deployment of the NIU and STF members. En dan onder my getuienis het ek ook gesê daar was 10 lede van die mobiele operasies eenheid ook betrokke.
I mentioned under that end of my evidence that there were other 10 members deployed of the mobile operations.
Uthi kwakukho iqela labantu abali-10 abebesuka kwi-unit ethile nje abathi bathathela ukuba bazawuba noxanduva okanye bazawuba nenxaxheba ethile abayithathayo kule meko.
Yes. Did anyone give you this responsibility to coordinate the NIU and STF, or did you once again deploy yourself?
Wathunyelwa na wena okanye wayalwa uba mawube nenxaxheba ethile na ozawuthi wena uyithathe okanye nguwo wazikhethela uba uzawuthatha yiphi inxaxheba?
Voorsitter, ons het as 'n span opgetree
We acted as a team there, Mr.
Saam met die
Chairperson,
oorhoofse bevelvoerder en ek het
together
getuig
with the overall commander, and I gave evidence
dat beide die eenhede en selfs ook mobiele operasies is nasionale entiteite en kapasiteite.
and I also explained that these units are national entities in their capacity.
En dit is my verantwoordelikheid, ek het hulle gemobiliseer.
It is my responsibility. I mobilized them.
Sasisebenza kunye kanti beluxanduva lami ukuba mandibe ngumuntu ozawuthi namabe ethatha inxaxheba ewenza amalungiselelo okanye eyikhupha imiyalo yokokuba makuqhutywe njani okanye kwenziwe ntoni.
Should I take that as a no? Nobody specifically assigned you to that responsibility.
Explain, Mr. Mpofu, that he's the component head of specialized operations.
And
he's got these matters fall under him. He's got and he does the necessary in his capacity as component head. So it wasn't necessary for him to look upwards. It wasn't very far he could look upwards anyway to see with anyone else to tell him whether he could do what he's in any event employed and appointed to do.
okay, so are we also going to get that from the job description or whatever it is that you're going to supply? The fact that you can somewhere come and command the STF and NIU merely because you are the component head.
Le ngcaciso ke ugqiba kusinika yona yokuba ubusebenza njani okanye udla ngokusebenza njani izawuba khona nakwixwebhu eli licacisa imisebenzi yakho ngokwesikhundla okuso.
Voorsitter, dis deel van my funksies en verantwoordelikhede en behoorlik so uiteengesit dat ek verantwoordelik is vir die koördinering.
Part of my responsibilities, Mr. Chairperson, and it is stated as such that in my capacity as such,
Van onder andere die vermelde eenhede.
I am responsible for the mentioned units.
Uthi ikwa ngumsebenzi wakhe kakade ukuba kufuneka sebenze ngoluphi uhlobo kanti ke nento yokuba ke kule unit ebekuyo lixeliweyo eyona nto efanele uxanduva okanye eyona nto kumele uba makabe uyiphethe okanye unenxaxheba ethile kuyo yintoni.
And you do know that the STF in particular is established in terms of Section 218M of the Constitution. And if you do, which I assume you do, can you explain to us how from that constitutional power to a situation where you Mr. Anande, can just command it at will?
I am lost here, Mr. Chairperson.
Mr. Sim, before you even get back on the page, Mr. Semenya wants to say something. Yes, Mr. Semenya?
Chair, Mr. Mpofu must give us the basis why he says the witness is commanding the STF at will.
Yes, well, the witness himself said he, merely because he's the head of the unit, he, not of that unit, by the way, he has the right, without being ordered by anybody, to just arrive in Marikana and command them. Well, firstly to deploy them, which he has already agreed that he did, and then to arrive here and command them.
He said that, and if you've got something to put to,
I'm asking for the
show
right.
that what he says is incorrect, then we can hear about it. But otherwise, he's going to produce his appointment letter, which sets out his functions, apparently.
Yeah.
If these things aren't there, then maybe you can make something of it. But aren't there better points that you can ask?
No, there aren't.
I understand. So can I say? I understand you've got a difficult task. I understand what the function you're performing here is very important. I understand you've got a lot of clients, and you've got to put their case to the best of your ability. I understand all that. I'm here to see to it that you get the chance to do that. But I also have the right to make sure that every drop of water that's in the bucket is properly used. So this question you're now asking, I would suggest you leave for the moment. When we've got the document that you promised us, maybe you can return to it. But I don't think there's any point in fencing almost in the dark about the point before we got the document.
That's fine.
Prof, was the question you perhaps want to put that he deployed the STF here or any other unit without it being necessary for it to be deployed? Is that the point you're working towards?
Yes, in a way, that's the bigger point, because, quite right, Commissioner, there are two components to it. It would be the question of whether it was necessary to do so, which is a separate point, but what I was busy with now, which is related, is the fact that he even has the right to do so, to the authority, which is why we're talking about delegations and job descriptions, and the chairperson is right. When those documents are brought, it might bring to light the fact that he's got the authority. And then the only question would be your question, which is whether it was necessary in any event, even assuming he had the right to do so.
Is that now in dispute, that he had the right to
Yes, which, as the chairperson says, will be resolved or not resolved when he presents his credentials.
Move on for the moment.
Yes.
The passage in the Constitution to which you refer, Section 2181M, is already set out in Exhibit Q, so I take it the witness is aware of it.
Yeah.
But I'd like to ask the witness a question which steps a little bit back to a point that you made.
Yeah, thank you.
You and I were talking about your suggestion that the unit was a paramilitary one, which he denied. And you gave a definition, Major General, of paramilitary, a body that's not aligned to the state, I think is what you said. Now, if you look at Exhibit Q, you look at the section dealing with the STF, you look at the section headed mission statement, to which I think Mr. Mpofu did refer you. Where have you got that document in front of you?
I have it, Chairperson.
The first two lines read, the Special Task Force strives to be the model of excellence for tactical paramilitary policing operations. Do you persist in your statement that the STF is not a paramilitary body?
Voorsitter, hoe ek paramilitair verstaan is dat dit moet verbonde wees aan die staat. So in terme van die metodes wat hulle doen, kan dit geskoei wees op militêre metodes, maar tegnies is hulle nie 'n paramilitêre eenheid nie.
Technically, they are not a military force, Mr. Chairperson, but as I read it here, it could be understood to be working paramilitary.
Anyway, so that's a matter for further argument, I imagine. All right, so please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. You say, well, we've had this debate now about whether you were as of right entitled or you were deployed by anybody. In the following sentence in paragraph 7, after you've said that you had the responsibility to command and coordinate the deployment of the NIU and STF, then the very next sentence you say, the deployment was done under the command and guidance of Mbombo and so on. What deployment were you referring to then?
It's obvious if one reads the statement,
what were the processes engaged and so forth.
As the head specialized operations, to command
identified assailants in the South Kivu province in the troubled eastern part of the country. UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon has condemned the attack. He says the killing of peacekeepers is a serious war crime. The authorities in Venice say they are planning to remove a huge statue of a naked boy holding a frog. The move has sparked a row between officials and art lovers. The statue of the boy gazing intently at the creature has occupied a landmark point at the end of the Grand Canal for 4 years. The City Council aims to replace it with an ordinary lamppost. Art lovers have condemned the decision, as the BBC's Alan Johnston reports.
There was
have condemned the decision.
If I could just react to it.
ngathanda uba makabe nempendulo okanye abe nentetho ngaloo.
Tereg die oomblik as ek my funksies en verantwoordelikhede voorlê sal jy sien dat dit ek sodanige magte het om die lede te ontplooi en dan wil ek net verder
It will
verwys
be
na die
clear.
mandaat van STF.
When I put my job description, it will be clear that I have the authority in the, to do this.
Voorsitter, en
futhi
dan
ke kule nto ibike yathetheka kona kucacile ukuba unawo amalungelo okanye amagunya okokuba makatsho ukuba makuphunywe kusetyenzwe okanye kwenziwe ngoluphi uhlobo.
Voorsitter, dan in dieselfde bewysstuk Q,
In the same exhibit Q, Mr. Chairperson,
die bladsy wat getitel is Functions Within the Mandate, verwysend na spesiale take.
the page titled Functions Within the Mandate, the one dealing with the special task force.
Kokweko apho kuthethwa khona ngamagunya okanye ngamalungelo anawo okokuba kusetyenzwe noba kusetyenzwe kwiyiphi imeko nangoluphi uhlobo.
Pertinent verwysing na die ontplooiing by Marikana, haal ek aan.
Pertinently, with reference to the deployment at Marikana, I quote,
Xa kuthi kuthethwe nje ngesenzo okanye esenzeka eMarikana ibhaliwe lento uza kuyifunda.
Operational assistance within the SAPS for criminal related, high risk operations where specialized skills and equipment are required.
Indlela yokusebenza kwiimeko ezinokuthi zibe ziyanyanzelisa uba kubekho indlela ezithile ezikhoyo okufanele ukuba kusetyenzwe ngazo ukwenzela uba makubekho nokhuselo.
Ek het die geleentheid om dit op die tafel te sit.
thanks for the opportunity to allow me to put this on the table, Chair.
That's fine. That, of course, deals with the mandate of the STF itself. We were busy with your mandate to deploy them, but that's fine.
Interrupt you for a moment and ask a question flowing from the answer we just received. What were the specialized skills which the STF brought to Marikana?
Voorsitter, ek het verwys na die intelligence-driven operations,
I refer to the intelligence-driven operations, Mr. Chairperson.
die pertinente vaardighede wat hulle het as hulle moet persone gaan arresteer wat hulle self bevind in sekere persele.
Pertinent experience they have when they have to go and arrest a person.
Uthethile ngeqela elithile elinolwazi
Person that is armed.
Iqela elinolwazi lokuba kufuneka besebenze njani okanye basondele njani kubantu abanokuba ke bathi kuthiwe bathatha inxaxheba kwimeko enobungozi njengabantu mhlawumbi abanoba baxhobile.
Voorsitter, ek het verder verwys na die skerpskutter vaardighede.
I also referred, Mr. Chairperson, to the experience they have as their skills they have as
Shooting
sharpshooting.
capabilities, I think sharp shooting capabilities is the
Shooting capabilities, yes.
Njengabantu abathi ke babe banabo ubuchule bokukhawuleza badubule ngohlobo oluthile kwiimeko ezinyanzelisayo ukuba kwenzeke loo nto.
Voorsitter, ons verwys daarna na sniper en counter sniper.
We refer to snipers and counter snipers, Mr. Chairperson.
Voorsitter, en dan ook die
ngokuthetha ke ngabantu abathi bezawudubula kukwenzeka ukuba babe bejongene nabantu nabo nokwabo abanabo obo buchule bokukhawuleza ekudubuleni.
en dat hulle helikopter kan gebruik as 'n platform om dan met tou te ontplooi.
And they can use a helicopter as an instrument when so deployed.
It's a helicopter. I think he's talking about with a rope ladder.
Serious.
mission resumes. I'm glad that the lights are on again. We can see what we're doing. I'm sorry about the time that was lost. I don't know how many drops of water that is. Fell out of the bucket. Maar uw generaal is nog steeds vergeet. Mr. Mpofu?
General still under oath.
Thank you, Chairperson. The thinking this side is that the bucket is all half empty, Chairperson, but we'll carry on.
It's half full. It's all the more reason to use what's left carefully.
Thank you, Chairperson. General, this question of deployment is quite important, because we're going to argue that one of the deficiencies in this whole operation was that the deployments were done incorrectly and not by the authorized people, and as has been suggested, sometimes unnecessarily. Surely, let me put it this way: your powers, the powers that you said you have to deploy the STF, as you did, do they similarly apply to the NIU? Is it the same source of power?
Indlela le benisebenza ngayo nemiyalo ikhutshwa ngayo inendawo ezisilelayo. Ngokumbuzo uthi kumhlekazi, imiyalo leyo kokuba makuphunywe kusetyenzwe nangaliphi na uhlobo kufuneka ngelo xesha kusetyenzwe ngalo ibimi njani yona?
Dit is correct, voorzitter.
Correct, Mr. Chairperson.
To make cut things short, if I say that if one looks at Exhibit Q, in the section dealing with the NIU, there is a page headed Deployment. You there. It says the Divisional Commissioner of Operational Response Services will prioritise it. Yes, so you're there. Okay.
Thanks, Chairperson. Who's the Divisional Commissioner of Operational Response Services?
Ubani oyi Divisional Commissioner yabo bathi bathunyelwe apho kufuneka kubekho inyathelo oluthathwayo kamsinya.
Lieutenant General Mawela.
Lieutenant General
Mawela.
Yes. Okay. Now, can you go to the page that the chairperson just referred to? It's probably it's about 10 pages before the one that we dealt with. It's headed Deployment under NIU, and NIU is just before STF.
Actually, the second page of the section dealing with the National Intervention Unit.
Even better.
Is correct, ek het hom, voorzitter.
Correct, I have it, Chairperson.
Uyayibona le page uthethwa ngayo?
Yes. Okay. Now, if you look at the second bullet, can you read it out, please, for me?
Ek het die tweede bullet, is reg?
The second bullet, yes, correctly.
Please read it out.
Divisional Commissioner of Operational Response Services will prioritise and approve the deployment of the unit to other provinces. The National Commissioner can, however, deploy the NIU to any province should he or she so desire.
Yes. So it would seem from that the two people who are authorized to approve the deployment of the NIU to other provinces are either Lieutenant General Mawela or the National Commissioner. It says nothing about you.
Uyayibona ke indawo apho kuthethwa okanye kubhalwe ngamagunya abantu abanawo okuba bathumele abasebenzi nakwezinye iiprovince na iyaxelwa ke irank yalowo muntu onelo gunya lokuyenza le.
Voorzitter, ek het die gedelegeerde magte en generaal Mawela was ook bewus van die ontplooiing.
I have delegated powers, Mr. Chairperson, and General Mawela was also aware of this deployment.
Unawo amagunya ke okuyenza lonto kanti ke General Mawela uyayiqonda nayo lonto.
Okay, well, so that there's no further confusion, can you, when you bring that other document, whatever it is, also supply us with the delegated authority that you refer to, which entitles you to do so, if it's not the same document.
Voorsitter, dit is in my amper my aanstelling.
It is in my
Daar's nie 'n dokument wat elke ding omskryf pertinent soos in as dit en dit gebeur nie, maar ek sal die dokument op die tafel lê.
I will put the document before the table, Mr. Chairperson, but it is within my powers and appointment as such. It's not each and everything that is written in detail, what and what has got to be done.
Yes.
Izawucaca ke into yokuba amagunya ahamba oluphuhlobo nawo amagunya kodwa ke ayiyo yonke into ecaciswayo ngokupheleleyo uba umuntu okwinqanaba elithile unamagunya afana nala kodwa ngokwendlela yena ekwisikhundla akuso emisiweyo unawo amagunya noba ke akunawuthi kube kubhalwe yonke into caciswe.
Voorsitter, jy sal merk in die polisiewet word daar omvattend verwys na die nasionale kommissaris, maar ook dat die nasionale kommissaris dan sodanige persoon of persone kan toewys of aanwys. Sekerlik kan mens nie verwag dat die nasionale kommissaris elkeen doen nie. Dis hoekom ons 'n struktuur het in die polisie.
As you will note, Mr. Chairperson, that in the Police Act, there's mention of the National Commissioner and the duties, and she delegates some of her duties to other people. It would not be expected of the National Commissioner to do precisely everything.
Njengoba ke umthetho lo wamapolisa uyayixela imisebenzi namagunya abantu abasezikhundleni ngokulandelana kwazo, kanti naye uCommissioner lo uyakwazi ukuba naye atsho uba umuntu unokuthi makenze ziphi izenzo namagunya anokuthi abe umnika wona.
Yes, General, just to assure you that I understand very well. I don't expect, when I ask for the document, I want the document from which that power is sourced. I know that, you're never going to get a delegation framework if it says you can make breakfast. It's not going to say, now you can make eggs, now you can make this. That I understand. But all I want is the delegation framework, broad, narrow, or whatever, but where you source that power.
Sal so voorgelê word in terme van my dokument funksies en verantwoordelikhede.
It will be forward in terms of my source documents and the duties.
Ndafuna ukuyiqonda ngeyoba amagunya onawo ngamagunya owafumana phi okanye noba abhalwe phi.
And just to support what you are saying, to support what you're saying about the National well, before I support you, let me put this to you. One of the reasons I'm putting this to you is because the National Commissioner testified here that she is the person who is responsible for these deployments, which is not in dispute, I think, between you and I. The second question that obviously arises is therefore is whether she delegated that power. And Section 15.1 of the Police Act, in support of what you are saying, says that...
it looks as if, I don't know we have to worry about the National Commissioner, but anyway, you can ask her, I suppose, when she comes in.
He introduced the National Commissioner.
I know, but this document that we're looking at, headed deployment, talks about a divisional instruction establishing and functioning of national intervention units. It looks as if this document that we've got in front of us gives the text, or summarizes anyway, this divisional instruction, which I take it would have been issued by the National Commissioner on the 20th of February 2010, when the national intervention units were set up. Presumably in that document she was given certain powers to the Divisional Commissioner, and he in turn, as the witness says, would have the power to delegate those powers further to him. And that's the matter. Anyway, the documents that we are going to get are presumably going to show us all that, and if
yes.
they're not,
thank you. Thank you.
Point to be taken.
Yes. And I want to put to you as well that surely, given what you and I had agreed about the hierarchical nature of the police service, it can be correct that people can just wake up one day and deploy these important units which are provided for in the Constitution. I'm sure you'd agree with that there must be some legislative authority to do so.
Ndicinga uba unoba uyavumelana nento kokuba ke imisebenzi yonke le ethi yenziwe ngabantu kwimeko izikhundla abakuzo ibhaliwe njengoba ibhaliwe nje zikhona ke ezimele uba noko nazo zibhalwe nakwimithetho enxumelelana nayo yonke le ntsebenzo.
Voorzitter, die Suid-Afrikaanse Polisiediens is 'n professionele organisasie.
South African Police Service is a professional organization, Mr. Chairperson.
We staan nie op in die oggende en dan besluit ons sommer net op die ingewing ons gaan dit en dit en
We do not just wake up in the morning and decide on the spur of the moment what is to be done.
Ukusebenza kwamapolisa oMzantsi Afrika kuyinto emiselweyo ebhaliweyo ngokwemithetho. Asisuki nje senze nantoni na efikileyo engqondweni.
Ons laat ons lei in terme van
we
riglyne,
are led by
wetgewing.
directives, legislation, and so forth.
Phandleni kokuba kube kukho imiyalo okanye kukho imithetho ethi makwenziwe ngohlobo kuyawuthi kwenziwe ngalo.
All right, okay. Then the position with STF and NIU will then be revisited when we get those documents. Would you agree with me that, firstly, let me put it this way. You, in your evidence in chief, testified, or it might have been during Mr. Badlander's cross-examination, that you asked Major General Pembe and Naidu to phone their counterparts in other provinces and get POP members. Is that correct?
Ukuke wathetha into ethi ke wacela abanye abasezikhundleni abacelwe ngamagama apho uba mabenze izinto ezithile.
So ek het verduidelik dat die STF, die NIU en die Mobile Operations is nasionale entiteite, dis hoekom ek hulle gemobiliseer het.
I explained, Mr. Chairman, that the NIU, the STF, and the mobile unit are in national competencies. And that is why I am the person who will mobilize.
Dat openbare orde, TRT, K9 en sodanige eenhede is provinsiale eenhede.
The POPs, K9 and other units are provincial unit entities.
Bethethile ke ngamaqela la akhankanyiweyo okokuba kufuneka enze ntoni watsho nekokuba amagunya abanawo nemisebenzi exhomekekileyo uba kunyanzelekileyo uba bayenze yeyiphi.
Nou sodanig word die ontplooiing van ander provinsies af ter ondersteuning van 'n pertinente provinsie gehanteer.
And the deployment of any of these units would then be the competency of the province concerned.
Nanto yokokuba ke lamaqela akhankanyiweyo xa kunyanzelekile okanye kufuneka siya kusebenza nakwezinye iiprovince eyona ndlela kufuneka kusetyenzwe ngayo yeyiphi imigaqo kufuneka ilandelwe.
Gewoonlik tussen die adjunkt provinsiale kommissarisse van die onderskeie provinsies en deur die bemiddeling van die NETJOC.
Usually through the assistance of the additional provincial commissioner in conjunction with the deputy provincial commissioner in conjunction with the JOC, with the NETJOC.
Ngokwesiqhelo ke kuye kube kukho kufuneka noxhaso luka deputy national provincial commissioner.
Yes, and it is from that understanding of how it should work that you testified on page 8206 of the record and said, quote, I requested General Pembe and General Naidu that between them, that they can communicate with their counterparts in the neighboring provinces for additional POP personnel. Is that correct?
njalo na uba ukutshila uba wena wenza isicelo ke kwabanye ukuba makubekho ukuxhasana nokuvelana kwamanye macala.
I gave that evidence, Mr. Chairperson, yes.
Ewe bendithethile njalo.
Do you know that unlike the other units that we discussed, which we will be educated upon when you bring the documents, the deployment of POP is specifically dealt with in the Police Act?
Uyayiqonda into yokokuba lenye i-unit lena besike sathetha ngayo nale eyokuba kuthunyelwe khona le unit ayikhankanyayo naleyo futhi ukuthunyelwa kwayo kwezinye indawo kukhona kunemigaqo obhaliweyo okumele ukuba kusetyenzwe ngawo.
And sorry, General, just so that we don't have many questions. And that, as part of that, and that the two persons entitled to deploy POP nationally, in terms of that act, are the National Commissioner, and in terms of Section 17.1 of the Act, and the President in terms of Section 17.5.
Kukhona abantu abathile ke abanawo amalungelo kanye amagunya okokuba bangathumela elo eliqela likhankanywayo ukuba mali lenze imisebenzi ethile, abantu abafana no-Commissioner, i-National Commissioner kanye no-President.
And sorry, that's. Sorry, you can answer that part. I'll ask a separate question.
Voorsitter, ja, daar is verwysing daarna in die polisiewet. Ek is onder die indruk, ek sekerlik verkeerd dat die minister kan ook 'n verdere vlak, maar ek aanvaar dit so.
There is mention of that in the Act, yes. I think I made a mistake by not mentioning that the President can also. I thought the Minister also.
Uthi ke leyo nto ebeke wayitsho into yokokuba ikhona ibhaliwe isemthethweni.
Yes, no, actually, remarkably, the minister doesn't have that power. It's the National Commissioner and the President in consultation with Cabinet, the whole Cabinet.
Uthi ke eyanisweni uminister akanalo igunya elifananelo kodwa upresident yena unalo xa ethe wahlala phansi wahlala nekomiti esemagunyeni okokuba ingaxoxa nayo president ngokwemiba efana naleyo.
Now, the issue really is that what you suggested here in the part that I quoted and which you've repeated now is not how it works, how it should work. That a person in your position can tell, well, even if you hadn't played any role, but that a provincial person like Lieutenant General Mpembe and Naidu can once again somewhere phone someone in Mpumalanga and Free State and ask for POP people to come. That's not how it works.
Chair, with respect, I object to the relevancy of this. Will my learned friend take us into his confidence and tell us whether his suggestion is that POP should not have been called out, or they should have been called out, or more POP should have been called out, or less POP? And then any of those questions, how that relate to the incidents of the 9th to the 16th?
Yeah.
Mr. Professor, you'll answer Mr. Berg in a moment.
Yes.
But my recollection is that in any event, the National Commissioner had been involved, and I thought it wasn't just, never mind what the witness says in the passage you quoted, there was other evidence dealing with the deployment of POPs people from other provinces. But perhaps you should deal with Mr. Berger's objection at first.
Yes, I'll deal with both.
Mr. Crawford, didn't the National Commissioner testify at length about the procedure involved in the deployment of POP members from one province to another?
Yes, that's exactly the point, and it's different from what the witness says is the process.
Does it matter if the National Commissioner said, I did what had to...
No, she never said that.
to be done, or I was approved of what was done. I thought she did. I thought she said she agreed with what had done and she'd authorised it. If she did, the fact that this witness may arguably have got it a bit wrong in the paragraph you mentioned isn't relevant. Isn't it? But anyway, Mr. Berger's point is, what is the relevance?
I'm sorry, Chairperson. With the greatest respect, if the National Commissioner did it and this witness did it wrongly, we are entitled to know whether those people arrived there through the wrong procedure or the correct one, of course.
If the National Commissioner authorised the deployment of POP people from another province, the fact that this witness, I didn't say did it wrongly, the fact that this witness didn't express himself correctly in the paragraph that we mentioned, it doesn't matter, because if the people were there validly, as it were, because of what the National Commissioner did, then they were there. But you must answer the question Mr. Berger put. And I understood Mr. Semenya has turned his machine on. So perhaps let's see what and hear what Mr. Berger says.
Let me deal with Mr. Berger very quickly first.
It may be that it will be helpful for you to deal with both of them together. Mr. Semenya?
Chair, my recollection of the evidence is that on the 15th, after the meeting of the National Forum, they were all heads of various provinces, where the National Commissioner gave an express mandate. Please assist with everything you can in relation to the events that are happening in the Northwest.
That's my recollection as well, Mr.
Well, so it is mine as well, but the 15th happens after the 13th, as it happens, in terms of numerical sequence. All I'm asking is whether before that happened, this witness mobilized POP, and POP was there on his method, before the correct method of the 15th happened or did not happen.
This witness, as I understand it, only arrived really on the scene, did he not? On the 13th, he had on the 12th agreed to deploy members to the NIU, which we're not busy with at the moment, in support of what was happening to the northwestern province. But I suggest you deal with Mr. Berger's objection.
Well, Mr. Berger's objection is not valid. I already took Mr. Berger, and everyone was listening, into my confidence, into his confidence, as it were, when I said to the witness before, in preface to the question, one of the things we're going to argue is that the deployments were done incorrectly and in an unauthorized manner, and sometimes unnecessarily. So I don't know why I must repeat the basis of that question. Because
I think Mr. Berger's point is that even if they were done invalidly, it doesn't matter. But Mr. Berger must speak for himself.
Then I formally object. Then the question line is clearly irrelevant. Whether they had a mandate or had no mandate is quite irrelevant in considering why what happened in August happened. And it now appears that my learned friend's version is not that there were too many POPs or too few POPs or from the wrong provinces. He's got no version on that. He's just probing something which is irrelevant, and I object to that line.
Well, Chairperson, if I may respond to that.
Of course, I expect you to respond.
Yes. No, I think it's ridiculous, Chairperson, to suggest...
Mr. Berger, don't tell me what you think.
Well,
sorry, Mr.
My submission,
don't tell me what you think.
Yes. My submission is that to say that to a victim of a shooting that happens in place X, that it's irrelevant for them to know whether the policeman who shot them was authorized to be there in the first place or not, or was not supposed to, was wrongly and unlawfully or in an unauthorized manner there in the first place. How on earth can that be irrelevant to this inquiry? Really, Chairperson, let's not waste my time on this kind of thing.
What reply do you have to the point Mr. Mpofu made?
Chair, whether the POP was there in an authorized fashion or not in an authorized fashion will not help us to decide what happened on the 16th. How 34 people lost their lives. It does not advance the debate. My learned friend, with respect, I suspect, is probing a civil claim on authority. He can do that at his hard-contented discovery stage then. This is not the forum for that. What is his version, I ask rhetorically? Were they properly authorized or not properly authorized? If not, how does he deal with the evidence of the National Commissioner, which stands thus far unchallenged?
Mr. Mpofu,
yes, if I may just...
Mpofu, are your questions then directed solely to what happened before the 15th?
Yes, they are on this aspect, and they're based on the evidence in chief. I don't know what other basis I can use for cross-examination. All I'm saying is that the witness says to this forum, I did this, I asked Mbembe to phone his friends, his counterparts, and so on and so on. And it's either through that effort those corps arrived, or it's either they didn't arrive and it's through the other effort on the 15th. That is a different matter. But what I'm surely entitled to do, and I reject the notion that this has anything to do with civil claims, is to establish that the policemen who shot and killed people and maimed others were not, even in the first place, not authorized to be there. And I think that if you put it in those simple terms, that surely cannot never be irrelevant.
Fred, I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay.
We deal with the 13th separately. As far as the 16th is concerned, let us assume, for the sake of this discussion, that the present witness didn't have authority to deploy the people who were deployed. Let's assume that for the moment. But he tried to do it. But also, in parallel, unknown to him, let's assume that also, the National Commissioner did what had to be done on the evening of the 15th. Then it doesn't matter what this witness tried to do. If the National Commissioner did what had to be done on the 15th, then the people were validly there on the 16th. And insofar as they shot and maimed people, they did so as people who were lawfully there. And whether they acted correctly or not, whether the plan under which they were there was correct, was a sensible plan and a reasonable plan, these are other matters. But strictly speaking, Mr. Berg is correct as far as I see it,
no.
in regard to the relevance.
No.
In regard to the 13th,
yeah.
that may require further argument, because what happened on the 13th happened prior to what the National Commission did on the 15th. So I would like to hear you on the 13th.
I understand that, Chairperson. All I'm saying is this, Chairperson, to the submission. It cannot be legally correct to say that an unauthorized policeman, let's say from Mpumalanga, who happened to be there and killed my brother, was that taint of unlawfulness was cured retrospectively by the arrival 2 or 3 days later of the National Commissioner. Because if the National Commissioner wanted to do a deployment on the 15th, he may have sourced these people from the Western Cape where the police are less trigger happy, whatever. But the point is the specific policemen who shot those specific shots were there, and were they there because of the unlawful and unauthorized activities of this witness, or were they there because of the lawful activities of those specific policemen, not the idea of deployment. We're talking about the people who were there.
Colleague Advocate Hemraj wishes to ask you a question.
Mr. Pofu, the passage you referred to on page 8206, are you suggesting that when this witness requested Generals Mpembe and Naidu to have further POP personnel deployed, that those two generals did not follow the protocol as set down by the National Commissioner? Is that the suggestion?
By the Act.
By the Act, and as testified to by the National Commissioner?
Yes, I think that much is established. Even Mr. Semenya says that happened on the 15th, if it happened. But I'm not dealing with that at all.
We are here to determine the facts. One of the issues is liability of the various parties. Now let's assume, for the sake of the discussion, that the people, we talk about the 13th I think now, the people who killed the police, members of the police service, who killed the people who died, the civilians who died on the 13th, were not validly deployed to the Northwest. Let's assume that for the moment. Let's therefore assume they were trespassers. If they acted in self-defense, what they did would surely not be illegal. The mere fact that, if it is a fact, that they were trespassers, I mean, it doesn't mean that a trespasser can't defend himself. And if they acted in self-defense, then, if so, I mean, that they did, it doesn't matter.
Yes.
Then, of course, I don't see what liability can arise. It's some kind of Vasari and Rea Licita doctrine that you're seeking to apply, which is clearly not part of our law. So I'll give you a chance to respond to that, and then I'll make my ruling.
Yes. Chairperson, this issue is, with respect, quite simple. It is either I am entitled to probe the validity of the presence of the shooters, let's call them that for convenience, as at the time that they arrived there and whatever activities they did. And I think the idea of confining to the 13th makes it easier. Thank you, Chairperson. Now, let's assume that policeman X came through this method and was there, and I accept the chairperson's point. If it's self-defense, it doesn't matter. But let's assume it's not. Let's assume the police attacked first with tear gas, which is actually what happened. But the presence of that police X would have been, its genesis would have been these phone calls which were asked for by this witness, as opposed to whatever might or might not have happened on the 15th, or even let's even postulate that the National Commissioner did it on the 13th. She might have deployed people from Province A, and he deployed, quote unquote, people from Province B. And that particular deployment, we now know that there were divisions and schools of thought, and policemen wanted to kill each other in terms of the differences on the strategy. That all that cumulatively would have an influence on the outcome. Add to that, Chairperson, the fact that we're talking here about a person, I'm now talking about the witness, who on his own evidence was not deployed there by anybody, and played a major role in appointing the person who drew the plan, played a major role in appointing the person who was the chief negotiator, and now seems to have played a major role in we know he played a major role in NIU and STF.
No real role in respect of the 13th, did he? Except he did send some NIU people, but I understand he did explain.
Yeah. No, just as a cumulative effect.
His authority to do that depends to some extent on the points that are standing over for discussion later.
Yes, that point taken, Chairperson. But the cumulative effect of his specific contributions, including what may or may not be wrongful or unlawful or unauthorized deployment of POP, surely cannot be, poo-pooed as irrelevant. That is the nub of the matter, Chairperson. Just as much as we can say, if the paramilitary forces were not there, which he deployed, this may or may not have happened in terms of its effect. Surely, if he usurped the powers of the president, Nochal, and the national commissioner, then how on earth can that be irrelevant?
Say anything in reply?
I don't profess to understand the argument against me, but let me just say we're now at the 13th. We've limited the debate to that. It appears to me, had the police acted in self-defense on that day, whether they were authorized or not is singularly irrelevant. Had they overstepped the mark, and as it is suggested, they killed the people intentionally or because they didn't act in self-defense, whether they were authorized or not will be singularly irrelevant. So what the authority has to do with it is underlined by the fact that we're now here for 8 months. It's the first day that we hear that there might be a challenge on the authority of the POP to be on site. I say it's an afterthought, I say it's irrelevant, and I submit you shouldn't allow this line of questioning to proceed.
Well, sorry, before you make a ruling, that's a self-contradiction. It can be the first day, on the same breath, say that the National Commissioner dealt with it a few weeks ago.
I'm prepared to accept that it's not an afterthought, and even if it is, that's not relevant. If it's a good afterthought, it's a good afterthought. I'm afraid I don't think it is a good afterthought. I think this evidence is irrelevant, and in the circumstances, I oppose it.
That's fine. General, you asked, let me put it this way. I'm going to argue, no, let me not do it that way. Would it be correct to say that the reason why there was this, what I will call a frenzy of activity, including you upping and going from Pretoria, the deployment of the paramilitary units and all that, was sparked by the news of the killing of the 2 policemen on the 13th? That's one of the principal reasons, for example, for your actions which we've debated for so many. In other words, I'm going to argue that that's what sparked it, but I'm also going to argue, which is in my opening statement, that some of the actions, including on the 16th, were motivated by revenge, a sense of revenge, a desire for revenge for those killings.
Yeah, I'm introducing a whole lot of extra things. The moment you're concerned with the question of whether he acted as he did on the 30th because of the killing of the police, and not so much because of the other deaths that had happened before that. That's the question you ask. You say what you're going to argue. One normally waits to hear what all the evidence is before one argues, because certain arguments may be untenable. So it's not a good idea to say, I'll argue this, never mind what the evidence may be in the meanwhile. But anyway, you've asked the question. Let's get the witnesses' answer. Okay. Yes, Major General?
Isizathu sokuba usuke ePretoria uye kule ndawo sabangwa into yokuba makuyobakho impindiselo na.
Voorzitter, daar is so 'n mondvol genoem, maar ek gaan probeer met antwoord.
There was such a mouthful said, Mr. Chairperson, but I will try to...
Major General, please. I deal with Mr. Mpofu when he makes comments, but you must make comments either, because I have to deal with you as well. So just concentrate on answering the questions and don't make comments.
Oh, verskoning, voorzitter.
Apologize, Mr. Chairperson.
Voorzitter, daar was nie 'n frenzy gewees nie.
There was no frenzy, Mr. Chairperson.
Bekungekho njongo ingasulungekanga kule nto yokubheka kwam kulaa ndawo.
Voorzitter, en ek volstaan daar was nie paramilitêre eenhede ontplooi nie.
I stand by what I said. There was no deployment of paramilitary forces.
Ndiyaqonda into yokokuba ibingekho into yokokuba kuthunyelwe abo basebenza ngokwendlela efanayo neyamajoni.
Voorzitter, ek volstaan dat ek deurgegaan het na Marikana om te vergewis van die omstandighede.
I also say, Mr. Chairperson, I proceeded to Marikana in order to acquaint myself with the circumstances there.
Uthi ndiza kuphinda ndithi ke bendaye eMarikana ukuze ndibe nokuqondisisa iimeko ezithile.
Pertinent in terme van die hulpbronne wat potensieel benodig word.
Pertinently in terms of
he said potentially in respect of the resources that were required.
Of the resources that were required. Thanks, Chairperson.
Nesizathu sokokuba ke ndibe nokuqondisisa kakuhle uba zintoni izinto ezinoba yimfuneko kwimeko efana nale.
Voorzitter, het was my intensie om terug te keer na Pretoria die aand van die 13de nadat ek geconsulteer het met die provinsiale kommissaris en die oorhoofse bevelvoerder.
It was also my intention to return back to Pretoria, Mr. Chairman, that evening after consultation with the overall commander and the provincial commission.
Ibinjongo yam kwakhona ukuba ndizawuphindela ePretoria ngawo lo mhla ngokuhlwa emva kokuba kubekho uthethathethwano nabantu abasezikhundleni ngokuhlukana kwawo.
Provinsiale kommissaris het my versoek om te bly.
Provincial commissioner then requested me to stay on.
Dit is bevestig by die aansluiting van die nasionale kommissaris later die aand wat sy dit ook so oorgedra het aan die nasionale kommissaris.
It was confirmed when the national commissioner later arrived. She said so to her.
Commissioner ke we-province nguye owayecelile ukuba mandihlale ndingabuyi kwangoko.
Die nasionale kommissaris het bevestig dat ek moet van hulp wees aan die provinsie.
The national commissioner confirmed that I should be of assistance to the province.
Dat my teenwoordigheid daar was.
Commissioner jikelele naye ke wayigxininisa into yokokuba make ndithi ukuhlala kwethutyana.
was gemagtig en in opdrag van die nasionale kommissaris.
My stay was authorized and by the National Commissioner.
Ukuhlala kwami ke kwakugunyazisiwe kwabe kube umyalo wakhe ukommissioner jikelele.
Voorsitter, dan ook, dis nie oor die sterftes van die 2 polisielede nie.
Chairperson, and also it's not as a result of the death of the 2 policemen.
Isizathu ibingeyiyo loo nto yokokuba kusweleke amapolisa amabili.
Dit was as gevolg van die eskalasie en die sterftes van 5 individue.
It was as a result of the escalation and the death of 5 individuals.
Ibe yinto yokuqhubekeka kwemeko kwanokufa kwabantu abahlanu.
As ook die beserings aan ander op die betrokke dag.
And also the injury of others on the day in question.
Kwakunye nokonzakala kwabanye abantu ngayo loo mini.
Well, if that was so, then why is it that on paragraph 3 of your statement, you say that you were called by Major General Naidu? He informed you that 2 police officers were killed and the 3rd officer seriously injured when a group of striking miners working at Lawn Min Marikana near Rustenburg attacked them during a protest march. He indicated that the province would require additional personnel to be deployed. I left Pretoria accompanied by...
Mpofu, you've left out an important sentence. I'm sure you did it inadvertently.
Where?
After talking about the 2 police officers who were killed and the 3rd officer seriously injured, there's a sentence that says he also mentioned that some of the protesters were killed in subsequent police action. That's the reference, presumably, to the 3 other people he mentioned. The 2 who were killed, policemen, plus the 3 others, the 3 civilians. You left that up when you read it.
No, I didn't. I was reading, and I obviously reading from an earlier version. And if it is correct, then why? I have a version of your statement. Sorry. Dated 15th October, where the sentence that the chairman has read does not appear. And in the version that the chairman read is 12th November, and that sentence suddenly appears. Can you give an explanation for that, for having left it out originally as the reason?
Voorsitter, die bewysstuk is G1 waarna ons verwys. Dis my verklaring aan hierdie kommissie.
My statement to this commission, Mr. Chairperson, is exhibit G1. That's the statement I'm referring to.
Major General, the Council is referring you to... Sorry, Mr. Boy, I think you better translate first before I put the next sentence.
Istatement ke yena besenzile sikhona kwelinye lalamaxwebhu ebekhona bengenisiwe apha G1.
What Mr. Mpofu is putting to you is that an earlier draft of your statement, which he has a copy of, which was dated in October, omits the sentence which I read. And he wants to know from you why that sentence was not in the first draft of your statement.
Njengokuba uye wathetha ngolo hlobo kanti phambi koko ngo-Oktoba ubutethile awayithetha le nto ubuyithethe kamva ngohlobo olufana nolwaphambili.
Voorsitter, ek het 'n verklaring voorberei vir iPad sou hulle dit benodig.
I had prepared a statement for iPad if they would have needed it.
Uthi belungiselele i-statement sakhe kwi-iPad.
Jy sal sien daai verklaring is gemerk bo aan Marikana cash en dan die betrokke masnommer.
You will recognize that on that top statement is Marikana CAS with a case number.
Ubona ke ukuba uzaqwalasela ke ukuba lonto kukho isolathiso apho esithetha ngeMarikana.
En dan het ek 'n verklaring pertinent voorberei vir die kommissie wat gemerk is dan nou op G1.
And then I made a statement pertinently intended for the commission which is marked GGG1.
Ndade ndenza nestatement esasi jongene nento kokuba sona sizawuba ngese-commission esithe sanikwa uphawu i-GGG1.
En dan die verklaring in die kommissie sal jy merk dat daar's min verskille. Ons kan die verskille kan ons pertinent gaan uitwys. Meer detail wat verskaf is.
You will realize that there are very few differences in the two statements, only that more details were given in the Commission statement.
Ewe kona kuyaqondakala uba kunokufumaniseka kukho umehluko kwiindawo ezithile kodwa iingcaciso zibe khona zalo mohluko.
Yes, General, I agree with you on the description of the two statements. Indeed, the October statement has got the case number as you've explained. The statements are almost identical, and there are a few changes. But what we're busy with now is the fact that one of those few changes amounts to the fact that in October, you mentioned the killings of the policemen and the injury as the reason why you went there. But in November, you remembered that there was an additional reason, which was the other people being injured. That I accept the history. And that's what I'd like you to explain.
Kuyavakala le nto uyithethayo umehluko nube khona othe wabakho kodwa ke eyona nto ingundoqo kuba ke ubuthethe ngolunye uhlobo ngo-October kwazothi ngoNovember kwabakho umehluko othe nawo waphindwa bakho wavela.
The paragraph in question doesn't give the reason why he went there. It just we know what it says, but you put something that's not quite there. That isn't there. You said you gave that as the reason. We didn't give that as the reason. One might argue something about that, but the statement you put isn't entirely correct. So, but now that I've corrected it, the witness can answer the question.
Voorzitter, ek het soos in die laaste paragraaf van paragraaf 3
mentioned in my last paragraph 3, just before that.
Kwindawo ethile eyokugqibela endiyibhalileyo apha le yesithathu leyo ndawo.
En die rede was daar die addisionele personeel wat benodig was.
The reason was that they indicated that the province would require additional personnel.
Isizathu ibisesokokuba bekufuneka kubekho abantu kukongezelelwe abantu.
Feit dat ek dit nie vermeld het nie, vat nie weg die oordrag wat gemaak is deur generaal-majoor Naidu aan my nie.
The fact that I did not mention here does not remove what General Naidu had transmitted to me.
Into yokokuba ke engakhange ayithethe ke ngo leyo into ayitsho ukuba ayinguye uGeneral Naidu lo othe wane galelo kwinto yokokuba makayele.
Chairman, just bear with me 1 second. Well, maybe we can get a sense of your discussion with Major General Naidu by going to his statement, which also significantly only highlights the police killings.
Mhlambi siza kuqonda kakuhle umqhelo wengxoxo yenu nezizathu ezadala uba makutshiwo kuwo ukuba bheka phaya kulanda.
Sorry, I just don't have the exhibit number. DD, exhibit DD, thank you. It's page.
The numbers are the paragraphs aren't numbered.
The facts pages. Yes, Chairperson. It's page 2 of the facts pages at the top. And yes, the paragraphs are not numbered. Okay, towards the bottom of the long paragraph, the first one. I'll read it out just to make it faster. He says, on our return to Marikana, we proceeded straight to the Lone Min Mine JOC, and on our arrival, we were briefed by Major General Pembe and Brigadier Khaled on how, whilst escorting the earlier identified group of armed miners, the police had come under attack from them. 2 police officers were killed, and the third was seriously injured and then lifted to Pretoria. No mention whatsoever of any other fatalities. Let me just complete that. You jump the next paragraph and go to the 3rd paragraph. So the National Commissioner and Provincial Commissioner Gauteng arrived at Lone Min later that evening, and the situation was discussed. It was decided that a drastic escalation of the police resources will be necessary to both stabilize the public order situation as well as to facilitate the investigation of the murders and attack which had occurred on the police officers. That's it. So it would seem that at least in your mind, given your earlier statement of the October, and in the mind of General Naidu on this statement, the prominent issue was the killing of the police and not the other killings.
Kwintetho yakho ke ngokunxulumene kuko ukuya kwakho phaya wathi wena bekubulewe amapolisa amabini. Yiyo into buyithethileleyo. Emva koko ke awukhange uyikhankanye njengoba ubuthethe into ethi isizathu esona esabanga uba mawuyele ibi ukubulawa kwamapolisa amabini. Awuthethanga ke enye into.
Voorsitter, advocaat Mpofu lees nie die sin net voor dit nie.
Advocate Mpofu doesn't read the sentence just before we started, before that.
Hlekazi Mpofu akafundi kakuhle ngohlobo kubhalwe ngalo apha.
En ek getuig oor wat die oordrag was.
And I am giving evidence here about what was transmitted, what was said to me.
Na ke ubungqina bam bumalunga nento endayixelelwayo.
In die sin sê, we immediately turned around and returned to Marikana, and on the route I contacted Major General Annandale to apprise him of the developments.
Kuba ndithi mna ke ndajika kodwa ndabe ndambikela uMajor lo.
En dit was tydens hierdie proses wat die oordrag aan my gemaak is.
It was during that process that this information was given over to me.
Ingxelo ke le endithe ndayifumana ke kubekwe kobo kuthuba.
Yeah, no, that's not the issue. The issue is, of course, you were appraised of the development, and those developments must have included the killing of the policemen. But I'm saying, in your mind and in the mind of Naidu, the killing of the police warranted special mention, even though you had been told of the developments in both those statements. And before you answer, so that you get the full picture, if you go to Lieutenant Colonel Scott's statement, which is Scott, and I'll get the exhibit number now. Sorry.
18.
18, yes, thank you. Which is F 18, paragraph 2. I'll read it out. He says, on 13th August 2012, at 1800, I was phoned by Brigadier Fritz, the section head of the STF, and instructed to report to Lone Min Mine Marikana to assist in planning an operation to apprehend a crowd of protesters, apparently striking miners, who had reportedly killed 2 police officials and critically wounded a third earlier in the day. The protesters had reportedly sought refuge on the mountain and so on. Once again, it's you, it's Naidu, it's Scott, and you highlight only the deaths of the police, as if the other deaths did not matter.
Uthi ke ngoku njengoba ubuthethe ngaleyo yalomyalo othe uhanjwe kuyiwe uhambe uye kule ndawo uphinde wathetha ke ngento yokuba kubulewe amapolisa amabini awukhange ude ube uthetha ngokucacileyo ngabanye abantu nokubaluleka kokwenzakala okanye ukubulawa kwabanye abantu.
Voorsitter, die erns van die dood van die polisiebeamptes word nie ontken nie.
The seriousness of the death of the policeman is not being disputed.
Uthi ayikhanyelwa yona into yokokuba kwakufe amapolisa amabini.
Yes, no, I appreciate that. The point I'm simply making to you is that I won't use the word frenzy anymore because you've disputed it. That the hive of activity, which included you coming from Pretoria, all these units, including the paramilitary ones, being deployed, the major escalation in the deployments on the 13th. I'm saying that from all this was sparked by the killing of the police. In fact, I'm going to argue that had those two deaths been further deaths of civilians, we wouldn't have seen the same hive of activity.
Uthi Mhlekazi andikhanyeli le into ithetha kodwa ke ndithi mna eyona nto ngokwentetho yakho ibingundoqo kuleyo kokuba wena mawuye phaya yileyo yokuba kwakufe amapolisa amabini. Le anditsho uba anihoyanga ke le kodwa ke ayikhange ibe nokukhankanywa ngohlobo olufanayo nokufa kwamapolisa le eyokufa kwabanye nje abantu basekuhlaleni kuloo ndawo le ndawo abangenga amapolisa kodwa.
Triple F18, which is the statement of Colonel Scott, further adumbrates the facts around those killings under paragraph 3.
Profu's point is that deals with what happened when Colonel Scott got there. He's concerned about the facts that led to his being sent there, which are dealt with in para 2. So I think that's the answer to that. But could I ask you this, Mr. Profu, are you suggesting that the deployment of extra police there from other provinces and other units and so on was irregular or improper? If one bears in mind that on the Sunday already, on the Sunday, 2 of the mine's security guards were killed, and 2 of the mine's employees were killed, and I think motor vehicles were set alight, and it was a serious breakdown of law and order. Are you suggesting that if the police if 2 policemen hadn't been killed on the Monday, and another wounded, it wouldn't have been proper or appropriate for extra units to be sent from other provinces?
No, Chair. That's not what I'm saying, although I may address that. All I'm saying at this stage is that, in fact, the fact that there were earlier deaths emphasizes the point I'm making. I'm saying that the fact, despite the deaths, and we'll come to that, at this stage you must remember the police, like the people in the copy, thought that 2 people had died after the NUM attack. We know now that was not the case. I'll show you the slide which indicates that the police also thought that the 2 people had died. At that stage, that's what they thought. 2 further people died, security personnel on the 12th. 3 further people died on the 13th, who, according to these 3 people, are not even worth mentioning. And all I'm suggesting is that the spark, I can't think of a better word, the spark that caused what I call the frenzy, quote unquote, of activity, including the unauthorized deployments, the unnecessary deployments, which is the issue that I discussed with Commissioner Hemraj, and everything else that I've said was sparked by the special fact that policemen had been killed. The fact that I'm suggesting to this witness, his own voluntary spirit was ignited to come from Pretoria uninvited by this, specifically by the killings of the police.
Mhlekazi, ininzi ke into ethe yenzeka phaya njengako ukufa kwabe security ababini, abantu ababini ekuthiwa vakele ukuba bafa entabeni ngomhla we-13 lowo. Kanti ke uthi eyona nto ingundoqo kwintetho yakhe yileyo kokuba ingathi ebehoye kakhulu le yokuba kufe amapolisa.
Voorsitter, dit is nie waar nie.
Chairperson, that's not true.
Akunjalo umhlekazi.
Daar was reeds eskalasie van ontplooiing vanaf die Sondag.
There was already an escalation in the deployment from the Sunday.
Bisele ikho yona into yokuba makube kusongezwa amaqela abo ususela kwangecawa.
En reeds op die Sondag is daar NIU-lede as ook openbare orde polisieringslede, ek dink van Gauteng ontplooi.
Already on Sunday, members of the POP and NIU were deployed, I think, from Gauteng.
Kwa kususela ngecawa kwakukhona abantu amalungu ePOP bethunyelwa kanye besiza besuka eGauteng.
Deur die interaksie van die provinsiese offisiere met myself en die NAJOC,
the interaction
vir NIU en openbare orde.
The police officers, myself and the NAJOC to deploy these officers.
Bekunyanzelekileke ukuba makube kuthunyelwa amapolisa nangabanye futhi njengaye bekunyanzelekile into kokuba makube kuthunyelwa amapolisa.
Op die Maandag is die aantal sterftes het eensklaps het dit verdubbel vanaf 4 toe is daar 5 persone, so dit het verdubbel.
On Monday, the number of deaths had doubled from, there was mention of 4 and then it was 5.
Kwangomvulo kwacaca ukuba ke bandile bayanda abantu abaswelekayo.
And yes, and yet you and your colleagues found it necessary to mention specifically the 2 policemen who were killed, which let's put aside, and the 3rd one who was wounded, over and above the 3 civilians who were dead.
Kodwa ke wonibone ingathi into ebalulekileyo eyokuba uthethe ngokufa kwamapolisa kanti ke bebekhona nabantu abebefile nabantu abathe bonzakala abangengawo amapolisa.
Voorsitter, ek het getuig dat die erns van die dood van die polisiebeamptes word nie deur ons ontken nie.
I have already given evidence, Mr. Chairperson, that I do not say there's no seriousness in the death of the policeman.
Ndiyayiphinda ke intetho yami yokuba bendingakhange nditsho mna ukuba asiyonto ibalulekileyo kangako into yokufa kwabantu abangengawo amapolisa.
Okay, we'll leave that for argument. The issue, this issue, I'm putting it to you that the issue of the killing of the policeman was also significant in another respect.
Sorry, are you moving on to another point now?
Related but separate, yes.
The reason I asked that is that we were busy with the question I asked where the lights failed. Yes. When we went back, we didn't finish it.
The helicopter.
So perhaps we should, for the sake of order, finish it now. The question that you were asked was, what specialized skills did the STF bring to Marikana? And you mentioned, according to my notes, intelligence-driven operations. Also mentioned the pertinent experience that the STF have when they're dealing with arresting of armed persons. And you also spoke about their capabilities in regard to what you described as sniper and counter-sniper operations. And you were then going on to the 4th point, which was about the use of experience in using helicopters, particularly with ropes, which I take it meant a rope ladder. And that was the point which the light failed. So would you like to complete your answer in respect to the capabilities in respect of helicopters, so we can have that interpreted, and then you can tell us if there are any other specialized skills which you had in mind.
Kuthiwa ke makacaciseke ngaba bantu bohlukileyo namaqela la ohlukileyo bekumane thunyelwa atsho ke nezinye izinto ebefanele uba uye wazicacisa phambilini.
Voorsitter, ek sal graag lig daarop werp.
I can give light to this, Mr. Chairperson.
You didn't give us the light earlier.
That I'd be able to inform the Commission on this aspect.
Kuthi ningathetha ke ngazo ezi zinto zikhankanyiweyo.
Voorsitter, die helikopter word gebruik dan met 'n aantal STF-lede En dan wat ons na verwys is fast roping, so dis nie noodwendig 'n tou leer nie.
The helicopter is being used with a number of STF members, and this is referred to as fast roping. This does not necessarily mean the rope, the ladder.
I-helicopter wazisa amalungu amaqela ohlukileyo.
So in beginsel beteken of in praktyk beteken dit voorsitter dat die helikopter hoef nie te land vir die lede om te ontplooi nie. Hulle kan terwyl hy nog in die lug is, een van die grond af kan hulle dan afgaan grond toe.
It means in simple words that the helicopter does not have to land on the ground, Ms. Chairperson. They are able to alight out of the helicopter whilst it is still airborne.
Uhlobo kusetyenzwa ngalo lokuba ke akukho mfuneko kangakuba mayide iyohlala phansi ihelicopter. Bayakwazi abantu kuba ithi xa isihla kwindawo ethile ethi xa ifikelele kuyo bakwazi ukwehla ngokwabo kuyo ingakhange ihlale phansi.
Voorzitter, dan laastens nie noodwendig vaardighede en maar net die toerusting wat hulle het in terme van 'n observasiepos met gevorderde verkykers.
Mr. Chairperson, it's only not only on their experience, but the instruments they have, advanced technology which they have in their possession, and the verkykers, the binoculars in their possession.
Ayilo lwazi lwabo lodwa olubancedayo uba mabakwazi ukwehla kuyo okanye ukwehlika kuyo i-helicopter le ingakhange ihlale phansi. Zikhona ke nezinye izinto eziba luncedo zokuba uncedo lokuba bakwazi ukwehlika kuyo ingakhange ide ibe ihleli phansi.
Thank you. Mr. Mpofu, you were going to go on to, unless you want to ask questions arising from that, you were going to go on to ask further questions, I think, about the incident on the 13th.
Yes. Chairperson, if you and the witness will forgive me, can I just pause on this and round off the issue of deployment so that we don't go back to it? General, very briefly, it's correct, isn't it, that there was part of the deployment on that day were members of the South African National Defence Force in the SAAF aircraft called Orange.
You're talking about the 16th or the 13th?
Anytime, in the relevant period.
Voorsitter, daar was 'n Oryx helikopter van die Suid-Afrikaanse lugmag.
There was an Oryx helicopter of the South.
ORYX.
Oryx helicopter of the SANDF.
Kukho i-helicopter ebizwa ngegama elithi Oryx ingeyamajoni SANDF.
En dan die personeel verbonde aan die funksionering van die helikoptere.
And the personnel
3 of 4 persone was dit.
Involved in the functioning of this helicopter, I don't know, 3 or 4 people.
Yes, let's call them the crew, the pilot and 1 or 2 other people.
Abantu ababekhona bethatha inxaxheba kule yale helicopter bebenoba bathathu okanye babe abantu abane.
Right. Now, do you happen to know, you may or may not know that the deployment of the SANDF alongside the police in any operation requires presidential approval. If you know, you'll say you know. If you don't, if you know, do you know if that approval was obtained? And if you don't, obviously someone else will answer that question. Sorry, I know it's two questions.
Legal proposition, I'm not sure the legal proposition is correct.
No,
I mean,
it's a factual
assuming
position.
someone has fallen down Table Mountain and the police are trying to rescue him with their helicopter and they can't manage. And they phone the Wingfield, I think it is, and they ask the Air Force to send in helicopters as well. You mean to tell me that the rescue operations can't proceed until someone's got hold of the President and say, would you please approve that the members of the South African Air Force can help the police in rescuing this person on the mountain? I mean, I'd be very surprised if that's what the Constitution or the relevant statutes say. But perhaps I'm putting a legal proposition to the witness, which may or not be correct, let's first have the statutory provision before us to see whether what you're putting is correct. If what you're putting is correct, then obviously you can put the question. But maybe we should look at that over the lunch hour. Because
yes.
my common sense tells me, I don't know, perhaps I have so much of it, but my common sense tells me the law can't go that far.
Yes.
If I'm wrong, I may be wrong,
no.
In which case I will be duly overruled.
As always, Chair, you're right. If there was such an emergency, I would be the first one to be surprised. But in a situation where there's a 5-day operation, there's a SANDF helicopter parked there for 5 days, I don't see the relationship between that and the mountain example. But
in the statutory provision that says that.
Yeah.
Perhaps you can go on with other points in the meanwhile.
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson. All right, we'll come back to that. And by the way, subject to me finding the provision, I was saying, Chairperson, by the way, subject to me finding the provision, which the Chairperson is right, is a legal proposition. What I was really asking is the factual issue of whether such permission existed. But we'll deal with it all in one go. Yeah.
You didn't sort of hijack the helicopter and its crew. You would have requested the Defence Force to lend you the assistance of a helicopter, and they would have done so with the crew. Is that right, or do you just march onto what's the name of the place?
Waterkloof.
Or you just march off to Waterkloof and grab a helicopter and come. How does it work in practice?
You never know.
Voorsitter het my vroeër op die vingers getik, so ek gaan baie ernstig dit antwoord. Ons doen dit verseker nie so nie.
We definitely do not do it that way, Mr. Chairperson.
Voorsitter, en ek is nie bewus van die regsprosedures rondom wanneer dit mag ontplooi word of nie. Dit is sekerlik by die...
I am not aware of the legal route to go in obtaining such assistance.
Maar
utakanalwazi ke yena ngokomgaqo kufuneka ulandelwe xa kuzawuthi kufunyanwe isigunyaziso sokuba makufike amajoni ezoncedisana nabo besiza nangehelicopter yabo.
Ek het net getuig.
The SANDF helicopter on standby in Pretoria.
Whatever. If it was there...
If you look at slide... Sorry to interrupt you.
Let's assume it was on standby. Its deployment on my version, and the Chair is right, will find the specific provision. Any involvement of the Army in a police action...
Yes, well, this is the Air Force, I think, but anyway...
Well, the Air Force
you referred
is...
to slide 145, you referred to slide 145, which is an L, where the reference is to the SAAF Oryx helicopter remaining in Pretoria on standby with a 40-minute response time to Marikana. Anyway, that's just relevant for when the matter is debated.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. No, it doesn't matter really whether they were sitting or standing by or whatever. The issue really I'm talking about is their mere deployment. Whether, in fact, they did this or did that is irrelevant. You might remember, General, just to maybe help your memory, that this issue that I'm debating with you now was heavily debated in Parliament in September, a month after these events, when the police and the army did go and raid there and a councillor was killed. And one of the issues raised in Parliament was whether that joint raid, as it were, was authorized in terms of the Constitution. So it's the same debate, really, that I'm getting at. And by the way, the SAAF is a division of the SANDF.
Before you answer the question, and before Mr. Boy interpreted, Mr. Madlanga has something he wishes to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Commissioners, I'm not going to address the legal question that my learned friend Mr. Mpofu is raising. I'm just going to address a factual matter. We did consult with certain members of the South African National Defence Force, and we obtained statements from them. I've just asked Ms. Pillay to circulate the statement or statements to our colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, hopefully that will save some of the water in the bucket.
Yes,
Carry on, Mr. Mpofu.
It might address the issue. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Now, moving away, General, back to the issue of the. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope I'm not blocking any interpretation. Am I?
Wait, no.
Okay. Back to the issues of the 13th. The other significance of the killing of the police is a matter which I'm not going to waste time on, which was debated between you and Mr. Bezos regarding the death threats that were made to the Sejok. Would you agree with that?
Saamstem dat dit gedebatteer was. Dit is
Agree that it was debated, Mr. Chairperson.
Ndiyavumelana nento kokuba lowo numba kuthethiwe ngawo.
And as I remember, your sense of voluntarism did not extend to doing anything about the murder threats that were made against Major General Mbembe. Am I correct?
Bendikuve kakuhle naxa usithi ke ibingekho into othe wayenza wena emva kokuba kuvakele ngezohoriso ezazinokukhokhelela ekubulaweni kuka Major General Mbembe.
Please forgive me, Mr. Would you repeat the question, because I didn't understand it, but it may have been my want of understanding, so repeat it, please.
Thank you. Now, I was just confirming really, which he confirmed, that this was a significant event, he says it is, and the follow-up question was that his sense of duty and voluntarism did not extend to him taking any steps in respect of those death threats leveled against Mbembe.
You repeated some of the evidence, but then I didn't understand what your question was. So, as I say, it may be my fault. So if you'd repeat the question, I'd be grateful.
Yeah. Is it correct that your sense of duty and voluntarism did not extend to taking any steps in respect of the death threats against Mbembe?
Kunjalo na into kokuba wena njengoba ungumuntu othi akhawuleze ukuyiqonda imeko athathe nonyathelo ayikhange ibekho lonto engqondweni yakho emva kokuba kuvakele izigrogriso ngokubulawa kuka-General Mbembe na?
Voorsitter, ek het verduidelik dat luitenant-kolonel Vermaak dit direk aan die provinsiale kommissaris gerapporteer het.
Mr. Chairperson, I have already given evidence, reported that General Farlam had reported this to the commissioner, the provincial commissioner.
Uthi ebeselena ethembele kwinto yokokuba bekuvakele bezivakele ezizigrogriso ethembe nento yokokuba ke unye ugxa wakhe uza kuyidlulisela ke kophetheyo ongameleyo emapoliseni.
The third significance of the police killings on the 13th, which we will argue, is that it marked, the event itself and its aftermath, marked the divide between the approach taken by people like Major General Mbembe, whom we can call the Doves, and the approach taken by people like you and Farmak and Khalid and others, who can call the Hawks, who were not in favor of the approach that Mbembe favored on the 15th and on the 13th.
Well, the question is interpreted. Mr. Semenya wants to say something.
Is this for the newspapers or what? The Hawks and the Doves?
Shorthand, I can use
Mr. Mpofu is using figurative language to describe... No, listen to me. So I understand Mr. Mpofu, he's saying that he will contend that there was a division in the police as to the approach adopted. One was you could call the soft approach, one you could call the hard approach. Whether that's correct or not is another matter, but he says that there was such a thing. And he asks whether that division first manifested itself after the death of the police. I don't think that's a question that can be disallowed. You may proceed with it.
Thank you, General. If you can please answer.
Voorsitter, daar was nie divisie gewees tussen enige van die bevelvoerders nie.
There was no division amongst any of the
Uthi
commandants.
bekungekho yanhlukano phakathi kwawo amapolisa kumaqela wonke awo amapolisa.
Well, if I'm sorry, General.
Daar was ooreengekomen benadering en plan.
There was an agreed plan
van die Suid-Afrikaanse Polisiediens soos beliggaam
in the South African Police Services as contained
in die dokumente wat beskikbaar gestel is.
in the documents that have been made available.
Eyona nto yayikho yona isaziwa kwakukho icebo lendlela zokusebenza nokuziphatha imeko ngokuguquka kwazo uba ziphathwe ngoluphi uhlobo olunokwenza uba malubekho lona uxolo nentsebenziswano phakathi kwawo amapolisa.
En elke so benadering het die goedkeuring weggedra van die oorhoofse bevelvoerder.
And all such approaches were given approval by the overall commander, General Mpembe.
Right. Okay, well, then let's start on the 13th. Is it correct that, whether you want to use the word division or not, is it correct that there was one school of thought represented by Major General Mpembe which favored that the protesters should be escorted back to the Kopi, and another school of thought favored by people like Lieutenant Colonel, I think, Mirafi and Baloyi, which favored that those people should have been disarmed on the spot. And did that lead to the murder threats?
Uyayivumana le intetho yokokuba kwakukho iyanhlukano ngolhlobo lokokuba kwakukho aba bacinga njengaye uGeneral Mpembe kumba wokokuba aba bantu makuthathwe izixhobo bakhatsho bacela ukuba mabasuke balikwe nethuba lokuba basuke kule ndawo, kodwa ke kube kukho nenye ingqondo yabanye abathi bona mabayokuxuthwa izixhobo.
Chair, I'll buy the cake.
Self-imposed sentence.
Chair, I object to this line of questioning. What we're entitled to do is to probe the facts and to place the facts before. Just take it back. What we're entitled to do is to probe the facts, place the facts before you. Then, as counsel, at times we have a duty to put a proposition to a witness. If I want to argue at the end of the day that the witness is not credible, I have a duty to say I will argue you're not credible so that he or she can answer to that. What I can't do is to take my argument, which I will address at the end of the day, put it to a witness, and if he does not, unsurprisingly, disagree with me, then to start debating the merits of my argument with him. Now this is what's happening here. My learned friend says at the end of the day, I will present an argument with doves and pigeons and dogs and whatever involved, and I say there's a watershed. The witness says, I don't agree with it, and I give you the reason. And what is happening now is to say, but let me tell you why my argument is right. Now we're going to sweep from the 13th. We're going to go through the whole argument. Whether this witness agrees or not, Chair, is not going to assist you. You will be convinced, and your commissioners or not. The merits of that argument is not a place for a debate with a witness, be it a police general or not. So I with respect, think the water is running out again, and I object to this line of approach.
I must say, before I give you a chance to reply, but can I give you my prima facie response at this stage?
Yes.
And that is that I understand there's a debate at the moment as to whether there was a division of opinion, whether General Mpembe agreed with the plan or he didn't, based upon the material that's already been put before the Commission.
Yeah.
This witness says he didn't regard it as being a difference between. He doesn't think there were hawks and doves together in the cage at the time. But again, I think I put this before. We'll really be in a position to take that point further or not, as the case may be, depending on what General Mpembe says. This witness has already told us he doesn't regard it as being a valid point. He can't really tell us that because the person who can do that is General Mpembe. No. So may I suggest that you keep that point until General Mpembe comes in the box? I gather he's the next witness on the list.
Well, that's good to know, Chair. But the point I'm simply making, Chairperson, is I cannot come and accuse this witness later in argument of having been a member of the Hawks, so to speak, with all the people that I mentioned, if I've not given him the opportunity and the basis of that proposition, him, not Mpembe. Mpembe will deal with as a dove later. All I'm busy doing now is to say that, and I thought we were making progress with the witness, is to say that on the objective evidence before us, I've never heard of a situation where people are threatening to murder each other and we say they're not divided. But let's put that aside. But on the objective evidence before us, there was this divide, and it's not even a secret, Chair. Mirafe in his statement says as much. He says, I did not agree with Mpembe on his approach. It's not something that I'm making up. Lieutenant General Baloyi in his, I can't remember his name.
I think you're prematurely promoting him. He's just a lieutenant.
Yes, the lieutenant.
He's a pop crew witness, I believe.
He is Mr. Kumbi's client. Also makes it clear in his statement that he preferred the stun grenade approach, as it were. And we know that little division almost ended up in murder. And I don't understand, Chairperson, with the greatest respect, why I'm not, or the public of this country is not entitled to probe the question whether the force that was deployed in Marikana was made up of, what the citizens are entitled to expect, a hierarchical, disciplined force, or some people who wanted to kill each other and having their own reactions, which obviously, if that was the case, would have contributed to the chaos that followed, including it has to be clear that if the leadership of any organization is at each other's throat, the results will probably be disastrous, even for a rugby team. But the issue here is that we had people with machine guns, and if they are fighting amongst each other and threatening to kill each other, that cannot be irrelevant as to whether that contributed to the results.
I'm not sure that people were threatening to kill each other. As far as the leaders were concerned, we confine ourselves to those in the jock. They're the people listed in Exhibit EE.
Let me say officers.
The people in the jock were the ones in command. Right? And this witness, as I understand it, says there wasn't a difference of opinion in the jock. Before you can draw a distinction between hawks and doves, you've got to have a division. If everyone is agreed, then they're all the same. How one describes the bird is not a matter that we need to spend time on, but they're all the same. It's only if there's a division, two classes, some taking a stronger view, other taking a weaker view, you can talk about hawks and doves or whatever. Now, this witness says that he wasn't aware of such a division. He knew about the threats that had been reported earlier, but as far as he was concerned, as I understand his evidence, those in command, those in the JS, on the JOCCON, were all agreed, and there's no scope for dividing them into the two classes that you give. Now, you say he's wrong. You're going to argue that later. He will have to take the criticism that you set forth in your argument on the chin, if you put it out. He's chosen to say there wasn't, as far as he's concerned, there's no division. You're entitled to argue later he's wrong. But I don't think we need to spend time trying to persuade him now that he's wrong. I don't think that would be a profitable exercise.
Okay.
So I uphold the objection. Suggest you proceed to your next question.
Okay, Chairperson. Well, I always thought until now that if a witness gives you an answer that's patently, you can cross-examine on it. But obviously I was wrong. Yeah. Okay.
The nature of the answer and the nature of the issue.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Were you aware, oh well, you must have been aware, I'm putting it to you as a leading question. You must have been aware that one of General Mpembe's views, which he expressed openly again, was that trying to disarm, I think were his words, somebody with an axe when you are carrying a gun would lead to bloodshed.
Umeba ubunolwazi lokokuba umbono kaGeneral Mpembe bikukuba ukuya kumuntu uzame ukumthathela izixhobo uphethe umpu yena ephethe into noba mhlambi ifana nezembe loo nto inodala uba kubekho umonzakalo omkhulu.
Voorsitter, dit was so bespreek geweest en daar was ek was verwys na die betrokke transkripsie.
There was
mention of 15 se vergadering.
Mr. Chairperson, and I was referred to such a transcription in the meeting of the 15th.
Kuthethiwe ke ngayo le into ndade ndakhonjiswa nento eyayibhaliwe ukusuka kwintlanganiso eyayikhona nge-15.
Yes. And you are certainly aware that Major General Mpembe favored the approach which included the activities of Mr. Matunjwa speaking to the crowd.
Ubusiqonda ke ukusazi nento kokuba Major General Mpembe ebehambisana nengqondo ethi makuthethwe nabantu kusetyenziswe lo mfo ukhankanyiweyo ukuba makathethe nabantu.
Voorsitter, so ook ek en so ook generaal-majoor Naidu wie teenwoordig was in die betrokke vergadering.
It was also my point, also the point of General Naidu who was present in that meeting.
Uthi ke naye ebekuyo lo ngqondo kwananjalo nomnye isikhulu esinguNaidu owayekhona naye.
Okay, maybe let me put it differently. You are aware that the reason, or at least one of the reasons advanced by Major General Mpembe for favoring that, let's call it softer approach, was because he believed that the alternative, which I've already described, would be disastrous. And maybe, sorry, I know it's compounding the question. And that in relation to the 13th, he had specifically said he did not want another Tatane incident. In other words, it was the same kind of feeling, not wanting bloodshed or the image of the police to be tainted, that kind of thing.
Ubuqonda kananjalo ke ukuba uMajor General lo naye yena behambisana nale eyokuba mayingenziwa le enokudala ukulimala okwenzakala okanye ukufa kwabantu ebehambisana neyokuba makubekho uthethathethwano naba bantu.
Voorsitter, ons het ook omvattend na hierdie betrokke twee punte verwys. Ek het daaroor getuig.
We
my kommentaar lewer.
have referred to this point extensively, Mr. Chairperson, in my evidence.
Uthi sithethile ke kabanzi ngawo lomba.
Bezos dealt with it in their cross-examination. You've got answers were given which you may not accept, but you can deal with an argument. I'm not sure it's necessary to plough this ground again.
Well, it was not from the perspective that I'm pursuing the matter. The mere fact that a certain incident was referred to by other people from another perspective.
Let's hear the other perspective after lunch. Would it be convenient if we did that, Mr. Mpofu?
Yes, Chairperson.
So you can then advance the other perspective that you wish after lunch.
After lunch? Yes, thanks, Chairperson.
We'll take the lunch.
Let's have a lunch.
Farlam, you are substitute on it. Mr. Buffer, before you continue with this line of cross-examination, what is the other perspective from which you are to approach the point? If there is another perspective, I'll allow you to do so. But I want to be satisfied that it is really another perspective. Sometimes council think it's another perspective, and good faith think
fair enough.
This is always so.
Chairperson, maybe I should take a step back. No, let me not. I'll do that through the witness. The perspective that I'm pursuing, Chairperson, is something that goes into the heart of the events of the 16th in particular. And that is that what we were dealing with was a divided police force in the manner that I described earlier. Excuse me. And that's what I'm busy pursuing with the witness. But more than that, it is that
questions were disallowed.
No, of course, those won't resurrect. No, but I thought specific questions were disallowed. But I think the approach of saying of pursuing as to whether those divisions ran to such an extent that they would in themselves result in a botched operation, to paraphrase, is really the subject. So I'm pursuing the issue of the divisions from that perspective. And my thesis, which I have canvassed with the witness, is that those...
Sometimes when I was counsel, I objected to having to explain to the court, in the presence of the witness, a line I was going to adopt in cross-examination. And I asked that the witness leave the court while I explained the point. I take it that doesn't arise here.
No, Chair.
Sometimes embarrassing for cross-examiner to explain in the presence of the witness what line he's going to take. So I don't want to make that mistake.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Chair.
No,
as it were, my approach has been always to play the open cards with the witness and say, this is what I'm pursuing. But
this is the kind of witness you can play open cards.
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson. Yes. And really, that's the perspective, Chair. It's merely to get the sufficient answers to allow me to argue at the end that, and I take the point that, for example, I don't have to pursue with him the fact that people wanted to kill each other, because that's patent from the documents. But it's the implications of that I'm pursuing on the overall operation. And in other words, what I'm really trying to say, Chairperson, is that it was doomed to fail if it was riddled with these internal ructions in one way or the other. If people at that level...
I think I can understand the line.
Thank you, Chair.
Very well, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. General, in line with the type of questioning that I was busy with and pursuant to the short discussion between myself and the Chair, it would be fair to say that given what General Mpembe said in his statement, that had he been in touch or even informed about the disaster that had happened at Scene 1, he would have halted the operation and thereby would have saved, this is my addition to it, thereby would have saved at least 16 lives, probably I don't know which proportions of the injuries happened at Scene 1 or Scene 2, you'll forgive me, but let's just say some of the injuries and all of the arrests.
I missed that, Mr. Mpofu.
Yes, it's my fault, Chairperson. Firstly, it's long, but also there was no real question. I was putting the statement. What I was saying is, maybe let me break it down. It's common cause that General Mpembe's view was that had he known about what had happened at scene 1, he would have halted the operation at that stage. Do you accept that?
Uyayamkela na into yokokuba ukuba uGeneral Mpembe ebeqondile uba kukho ntoni kulomba wezinto ebezithethekile nangaye ebenokuthi ayiyekele noba anganyanzelisi okanye engalandeleli uba makwenziwe le yena ebeke wayithetha.
Before you answer the question, Major General, Mr. Semenya wants to say something.
The evidence, Chair, is that he was called, reassess and reorganize.
Evidence what?
All to reassess and reorganize. It's not to what Mr. Mpofu is putting.
I think what Mr. Mpofu is putting is what Mr. De Rover says. He was told by the commanding officer, who obviously was Major General Mpembe. I don't remember Major General Mpembe putting it in as many words in his statement, but I think it's maybe an inference that that's what he must have told Mr. De Rover. So I think I'll allow the question, but we'll keep a careful watch in case there's if you object again. Yes, Mr. Pope, carry on.
Thank you, Chairperson. In fairness to Mr. Semenya, he's half correct. It's a combination of
grateful for that,
small messes, yes, Chairperson. For half of it came from De Rover, as the Chair correctly pointed out. What Mpembe himself does say, which is the other half, is contained on paragraph 56 of his statement, where he says, I wish to state that if I had been told immediately after scene 1, but before scene 2, that people had been killed, I would have directed that the police members do a show of force and contain the situation while attending to the scene around the kraal. Effectively, I would have directed that we do the same thing that I had done on Monday the 13th, 2012. Now, if you read that in conjunction, and the Chair is correct, with what De Rover says, then I should hope that it... Thank you, Chair.
You don't have to deliver a concurring judgment every time I uphold you. And I object to dissenting judgments after I haven't upheld you. But anyway, let's carry on. Mr. Berger, I think, wants to say something first.
Thank you.
No.
This time I'll pass, Chair.
Okay, thanks. I bought him lunch to this. Thank you.
I don't know that pass is the right word. Fail is possibly a better word. But anyway, carry on.
Thank you, Chairperson. Brigadier, you've heard the debate. I won't repeat it. Rather general, sorry to Timothy. The gist of what I'm saying is that there is an interpretation that would suggest that what General Mpembe would have done had he known about the disaster, what I call the disaster that had happened at scene 1, would have been to halt the operation. And if you dispute that, you will. But the real question is that, do you accept that had that happened, that would have saved at least 16 lives? Some of the injuries, unfortunately, I don't have the breakdown of who got injured where at this stage. So let's leave it at some of the injuries and all of the 270 arrests. Sorry, which are the people that I represent?
I don't understand the logic of that, Mr. Mpofu. It may well be the witness would say he would have done the same if he'd known after scene 1 what had happened. But if he called a halt to reassess the situation, then the unknown is what would have happened after the reassessment. They might have reassessed, seen these people are taking refuge in the bushes and whatever. Shots might have been fired from that direction, as they allegedly were, and they may then have decided we have to go into scene 2 to deal with the situation. And if they had acted in self-defense, as they say they did, they might have had to do it again, and the results might have been the same. So it's a bit, it's not one of these cases you say, well, if they'd stopped, obviously if they'd stopped and done nothing further, then certainly no one would have been killed at scene 2. But I didn't understand either the passage you read from Major General Mpembe's statement or what he told Mr. De Rover to mean that they wouldn't have gone into scene 2 to deal with the situation, to try to arrest those people. So I think the question, if I may say so, is overly ambitious because there's so many imponderables. So I don't see how the witness can be expected to say, I agree that would have happened. And if he were to say that, I'm not sure that one would accept the answer. But I think I know where you're coming from. Perhaps you can reformulate the question to deal with the problems that I've raised and then proceed. I don't want to stop you, but I don't think the question that you phrased is sufficiently framed to help us.
Yes, I accept that, Chair. General, my last attempt. Would you agree that had General Pembe halted the proceedings and done the assessment which he envisaged, that one of the results may have been not to proceed towards Sin 2?
Uyavumelana nale into ethi okokuba ukuba uGeneral Mpembe bethe wayiqonda kakuhle kwangethuba le meko wenza ukuba makanqande isigqibo ebesele sikhona, izinto ezathi zenzeka ke ngoba leyo yokunqandwa kwesigqibo sonke singekho nje bezingazukwenzeka.
Voorzitter, ek kan nie getuig wat generaal Mpembe sou gedoen het nie. Ek kan net 'n paar potensiële opsies gee van my perspektief af.
Chairperson, I cannot give evidence about what General Mpembe would have thought, but I can only give a perspective of my own.
Andinakutsho ke mna ukuba uGeneral Mpembe bezawuba nesiphi isigqibo, kodwa ke ndinako ukuthetha mna ngezami imbono.
No,
ek het getuig dat ek nie bewus was van 'n toneel 1 en 'n toneel 2 nie.
Gave evidence that I didn't have personal knowledge of what happened at scene 1 and scene 2.
Yes.
Sele nditshilo ke ukuba bendingena lwazi lwento ezenzekileyo kweyokuqala indawo neyesibini.
Yes, then I'll accept that answer. I don't think I can take that particular point further. Maybe then what I should say is to ask you, knowing what you know now, do you think it was a wise decision after what I call the disaster, and you may or may not agree with that description, of scene 1, to nevertheless continue with maybe not another operation, the portion of the operation that resulted in these things that I've said at scene 2?
Enye into endifuna ukuyiqonda ukuba njengoba ngoku sowuqonda usazi uba kwabanjani kwenzeka ntoni, ucinga ukuba ibinokuba bubulumko na ukuba makube kuthathwe isigqibo esathathwayo njengoba kucacile uba kwagqibelisa ngokuthi kwenzeke ntoni na?
Voorzitter, ek het getuig dat sou ek as individu bewus gewees het wat hom afgespeel het by wat ons nou ken as toneel 1.
I said, Mr. Chairperson, as an individual, if I had knowledge of what I now know to have been the happening at scene 1,
dan sou ek 'n aantal stappe sou ek geneem het self.
I would have personally taken a few steps myself.
Ngokunokwami ke ndithi ke mna njengokuba sendiqonda ndinolwazi lokuba kwagqibelisa kusenzeka ntoni, ngendenza nje ukuba mna mandithathe uxanduva lokuba ndithathe izigqibo ngokunokwam uba makwenze makuthini.
Omdat ons as ek kan verwys blind is in die jog in terme van beperkte bewus is van wat gebeur in die veld,
that we at the jog are blind about what is actually happening on the field at the time it is happening.
Eyona nto noyithetha kuba thina ke singabejog asinalo ngqo ulwazi lwezinto ezenzekayo phayandle phaya.
So ek pertinent by die operasionele bevelvoerder in die geval brigadier Kalitz kontak gemaak het.
I would have pertinently contacted the operational commander, Brigadier Kalitz.
Ngendathi ke mna ndaqhagamshelana noCommander uBrigadier Kalitz.
En 'n situasierapport kry van wat besig is om af te speel.
A situational report as to what has played out there.
Khona ukuze ndikwazi ukufumana umbiko wokokuba eyona nto iqhubekekayo phaya yintoni.
Voorzitter, dan sou die taking gewees het dat mense stop.
The action that would then be stopped.
Yona nto yokuqala ke bizawuthi ndijonge uba yenzeke ngekuba
If,
unqandwe
before
loo nto
going-
biza kwenzeka.
Before going up, Mr. Chairperson, if you could help me with the taken.
Tasking, giving tasks.
Tasking, yes.
If I'm wrong, the
Further polisie
Right.
optrede, so further
Where's
police
the peace action?
The
actions, yeah.
tasking, the further police action would have then dependent on thereon.
Ndakwenza uba kunqandwe namiyalo mhlambe noba ibisele iphumile kobo kuthuba ukwenzela into kokuba kungabikho zinto bezawuthi zibe nomphumelo ongemhlanga.
En dan die situasie assesseer en hergroepeer.
And the situation would then be reassessed and regrouping.
Ibe into ke ezakuthi kuyawufuneka kujongwe ngolunye uhlobo kwenziwa amalungiselelo angamanye.
Ik heb gemeld dan, as ek die operasionele bevelvoerder was, sou ek waarskynlik iemand soos generaal-majoor Naidu gestuur het van 'n forward holding area 1.
I have also mentioned that if I was the operational officer, I would have contacted General Naidu from forward heading area 1.
Sele nditshilo ke ukuba bendingoyena uphetheyo wongameleyo bendawukhupha umyalo kokuba oza kuya nakuyo General Naidu uba maguqulwe izigqibo besele zikhona.
En hom dan stuur na die waar die toneel homself afgespeel het
And sent him to where these things were happening at the scene where they were happening.
om te bepaal wat die omstandighede is en of daar enige mediese sorg benodig word.
To determine what the circumstances were or whether there was any medical attention necessary for the people there.
Ithi ke makuthunyelwe uncedo ke kwindawo ezawuthi ibe indawo ezawuba ifuna uncedo kuthunyelwe nabanye ke abanokuthi bayokongeza ukuba makuncedwe okanye kusindiswa abantu.
Voorzitter, maar zijnde dat die gewapende groep nog steeds in 'n coherente groep teenwoordig was met die wapens.
Since the armed group was still there in a in a group together.
Njengoba ke aba baxhobileyo bebephaya bebesekhona beliqela bedibene.
So ek dan voortgegaan het met die verdere polisie optrede.
I would have then proceeded with a further police action.
Ndawuthi ke ndiqhubekeke ngokuthi amapolisa mawathathe inyathelo.
In lyn met die aanvanklike plan om hulle dan verder uiteen te dryf en dan te ontwapen en te arresteer.
Terms of the original plan to disperse, take their weapons and arrest.
Baqhube ngokwesigqibo besele sikhona okanye ngokwecebo ebesele likhona lokuba bathathelwe izixhobo basuswe apho okanye bagxothwe apho.
Voorzitter, dan in terme van die herassessering wat plaasgevind het, sou ou dan nou natuurlik 'n ander benadering volg in terme van hoe die groep te benader.
In terms of the reassessment that I mentioned, one could have applied other measures.
Ngenxa yokuba besele kube khona
a different approach as a result of the reassessment.
besele kubekho udibano oluthe lwabakho elinye ke icebo bizaluba lelokuba kukhangela ukuba eyona ndlela inokuba noncedo kubo bonke abantu yeyiphi kulandelwe yona.
Yes. Thank you, General. I understand that. And exactly my point is exactly that that the absence of that reassessment, which Major General Mpembe and you now postulate, was something significant. And maybe the question is this: would you accept that had you done that reassessment, as you explain now, and as Major General Mpembe also says it should have been done, that the outcome of Sin 2, and I'm now assuming you nevertheless decided to proceed, would at the lowest have been different from what it was without the reassessment?
Mazike iziphumo zesenzo bezinokuthi sibekho isenzo esibesinokuthi sibekhona ngenxa yokucinga ngolinye uhlobo njengoba sokhankanyile nje belinokwenza uba zibe zezingezinye iziphumo.
Chair,
This is the difficulty with conjecture, Chair. We know as a matter of fact, as far as the joke was concerned, they were unaware there is a scene 1 or a scene 2. We know as the statements stand that case of Brigadier Khalid is the operational commander. He was not aware that scene 1 had happened. To then put this proposition that things would have panned out differently given the reassessment is just misleading.
Chairperson, this is where my response might assist the witness with what I want to put, but I'll let Mr. Berger first.
May I join on a different basis with my learned friend, Mr. Semenya? What is now being asked is a conclusion which you will have to draw as a commission chair on the facts available, what would have happened. So it's not the function whether this witness thinks that it would have been different or not is quite irrelevant. But secondly, it is a meaningless question without what they call in competition law a counterfactual. What would have happened if these measures were implemented? It's no good to say to a witness things might have been different. Well, that takes us nowhere. It's no good to say things might have been better. But what is the counterfactual? What would have happened to the alleged shooting from the copy as the police approached? One doesn't know that. So with respect, it is again an argument in closing which is being debated with a good general, and I object to it on that basis.
Mr. Mpofu, isn't this really the point that I put to you earlier? You can ask questions what might have happened, but
that's why I didn't use that word.
It's impossible to say what would have happened, because various things might have happened. One can't be certain what would have happened. As I said, one of the things that might have happened was exactly what did happen. In other words, say the people there would have, as alleged by the police. I haven't made a finding out. We'll find out at the end of the matter as to if we can find what actually happened. But if what the police say happened may well have happened anyway. In other words, once they stopped and reassessed, as they approached the area, they might have been shot at, as the police say they were. They might have had to defend themselves, as the police say they did. And the same number of people might have been killed. But it's all so conjectural. It's very difficult. Anyway, expect this witness to tell us, if he is able to produce a crystal ball from his pocket and tell us by looking at his crystal ball what would have happened, then maybe I would allow the questions. But he's not armed or equipped with a crystal ball. So I think more profitable lines you can follow, if I may say so.
Chairperson, safe just to say this. Once again, we are slipping into the unfortunate arena of treating the people who died as statistics. I don't care, with greatest respect, whether the same number of people would have been killed or not. The issue is that had the assessment happened, however long it would have taken, it is unlikely that the same people, the ones that I represent, were killed.
Likely that precisely the same set of circumstances would have happened as
then
happened.
It could have been 500, but it might have been another 500.
I don't think you need to ask the witness that. Surely on the facts that you've elicited on the table, you can argue it. And it's unlikely that exactly what happened would have happened again. But you got that. I mean, what's the point of spending more time on getting getting an answer from the witness? He may be willing to give you the answer. He may not. But even if he doesn't, the facts that you need are before us. You've got the material with which to argue.
Fair enough.
Move on.
Yes. Let me just ask this then. The last question on this, I promise. In your estimation, this reassessment that you've described, how long would it have lasted? Now, with the benefit of hindsight, I know when you were sitting in the job, you didn't even think it was necessary. I'm asking you now, as we're sitting here. If you knew that 16 or 18 people are down on the other side, and so on, and it's time to pause and do the reassessment, how long more or less would it take?
Ukuba ke wena ngokunokwakho uthe wayiqondisisa lento wayijika imiyalo besele ikhona ucinga ukuba ke esi senzo sisonke nje sinoba besizawuthatha ixesha elingakanani.
Voorsitter, self in die voordeel van nabetragting kan ek my nie eers dink om te waag hoe lank dit sou wees nie. Daar's net te veel veranderlikes wat moet in gedagte gehou word.
Chairperson, even with the advantage of hindsight, I am unable to estimate as to how long it would have taken because quite a number of things could have happened in the meantime.
Voorsitter, ons moet kyk na die terrein, ons moet kyk hoe ons onderskeie
Look at the terrain,
personeel ontplooi was, waar was hulle in relasie tot mekaar?
the people deployed there, where were they in conjunction with one another?
Wat is ons nuwe benadering volgens die ou benadering? Daar's
What is our new approach as opposed to the old approach and such things?
Ndikhangelisisa yonke le meko ndicinga ukuba bekuthe mhlawumbi kwakho eminye imiyalo andiqondi kakuhle uba umehluko kuzawuba ngongakanani njengoba ngoku sekwenzekile nangoku nje ndiyazama ukucinga uba ibinokuthi ibizawuba yintoni ezawuthi yenzeke ke andiqondi.
All right. Is it correct that you yourself, as you are sitting there, you've never set your foot at or near the copies?
Njengoba uhleli apha ke nje Mhlekazi, wake waphinde walibeka unyawo na kulaa ntatyana?
Voorsitter, nee, ek sê ek was nie op die toneel nie. Ek was daar gewees seker vir so 10 minute en ek sal nou verduidelik.
I have said I have not done the copy, Ms. Chairman, but I was there for something like 10 minutes. I will explain how it came about.
Ndaba khona kwindawo lapho ngakwelo cala ndaba lapha ithutyana mhlambe imizuzu elishumi.
Voorsitter, dit was soos ek kan onthou, ek dink dit was op die Vrydag wat die minister van polisie besoek afgelê het aan die gebied.
I think it was on a Friday, the day the Minister of Police visited the area, Ms. Chairperson.
Ndicinga uba kwakungolwesihlanu imini uminister wamapolisa behambele kuyo laa ndawo.
En die minister wou na die betrokke toneel toe gaan met 'n helikopter.
The minister wanted to go to the area in question by helicopter.
Uminister ebenqwenela ukuya kuyo laa ndawo ngehelicopter.
Voorsitter, en ons het gegaan na 'n gebied 'n end weg van die koppies af wat ons beskou het as 'n potensiële plek waar die helikopter kan land.
We went to an area, Ms. Chairperson, just a bit outside of the copy. We thought this would be a good place for the helicopter to land.
Saya kwindawo ke emganyana ukusuka kuloo ntatyana leyo ngehelicopter le indawo esasicinga ukuba inoba noko iphephile uba ihelicopter nayo ngehla ihlale phansi kuyo.
Voorsitter, en daar was groeperings van mense gewees in die direkte omgewing en
was a
die helikopter het nie geland nie.
People in the close environment. The helicopter as such did not land.
Kwabe kukho ke abantu iqedlana labantu apho kobo buthuba bale ndawo. Helicopter ke nayo ayizange ide ibe ihlala phansi.
Waarop ons toe onttrek het.
We then left the area.
Saba ke siyasoka kuloo ndawo.
We withdrew.
Thank you very much. In fact, I'm going to paraphrase one of your answers, and forgive me if I'm wrong, you'll correct me, because I don't have the direct reference. You've suggested that during the operation, when somebody made reference to the second copy or another copy, you did not know what they were talking about. In other words, on the 16th, you were not even aware that there was another copy.
You were not aware?
That there was another copy, the copy of Sin 2.
Eyona nto yenzekayo ayiyo leyo kokuba nathi niyile kwelinye ixesha kule ndawo wabe ungaqondisisi kakuhle uba eyona ntatyana le kuthethwa ngayo iyeyiphi.
Voorsitter, nee, ek het getuig dat soos die situasie in my kop, soos ek het my kop afgespeel het.
As I explained to Chairperson that the situation as it played in my head.
Sendicacisile ukuba ke imeko le njengokuba bendisayikhumbula
Het ek die ander koppie gesien as die koppie langs aan die groter koppie?
I saw the copy being referred to as the one next to the bigger copy.
Leyo ntatyana mna ndandiyibona iyile ntatyana eyayisecaleni kwenye engaphezulu ngobukhulu kunayo.
Okay, that's fine. Now, just going back to the issue that we were debating now about the Sin 2, would you accept that if you look at it as a cost-benefit kind of issue, that the cost of proceeding with Sin 2 is what I've already mentioned to you. 16 lives, more injuries, 259 arrests. Or let's put the arrests on the side for now. And the only benefit is really the arrest of those people and a few kiris and other dangerous weapons. Would you say that and the question is, knowing what we know now, would you say that the so-called benefit of what was achieved at Sin 2 justified the cost?
Uqwalasela imeko le eyathi yabalapho ke nokwenzekayo emva koko okufana nokuthi kubekho izintwanana izixhotyana ezimbalwa ezithe zaqokeleleka apho uphinde ukhangele ke yonke ke into eyathi yenzeka ngaloo mini ucinga ukuba kunoba yintoni ebinoba ibe impumelelo.
So I object to that question. The opinion of the witness is irrelevant, and the question answers itself. If one person loses its life, the cost is too high to get a few assegais or to arrest people. The view of the witness is not going to help, and the logic of the question escapes me.
Mr. Semenya, I think you also indicated you want to say something.
That was my objection. I don't know in police operations whether there are measurements for cost benefits. So I don't even understand how the witness is expected to answer it.
What do you say about the points that have been raised?
Well, if that is so, then God save us all, Chairperson. I would have thought that the mark of a policeman, an officer for that matter, is one of them is exactly to always have that cost-benefit analysis at the back of your head. In other words, you don't shoot a machine gun in a crowded room just because somebody has forgotten their passbook.
You only shoot in self-defense or private defense.
No. Oh, I'm exaggerating, Chair. All I'm saying is that you wouldn't fire into a crowded room because someone has stolen a loaf of bread.
No, obviously.
If you know what I mean. But you might want to, if there's a terrorist, as it says in the thing, with 35 bombs which can decimate very fast. So the cost-benefit thing is, as far as I know, inherent in dangerous police work.
In this case, the issue raised, as I understand by the police, is they say they shot in self-defense or private defense. That's the only justification put forward. Implicit in that is that if that's not established, and we do not find that it was a situation of self-defense or private defense, we will have to find the shootings were illegal. Isn't that so? So cost-benefit won't come into it.
Okay. Well,
because we won't have to we won't have to worry about that point, will we? Because it won't be on the table to be decided. Either self-defense or private defense or illegal shooting.
Well, Chairperson, I didn't think it was that simple. I thought one of your tasks is not simply to say it was either self-defense or not, but to look into the circumstances and even recommend what should in the future be done or not done in order to prevent a similar situation. But if it's simply it's either self-defense, therefore you're in, or...
As far as the actual deaths were concerned, that's the only justification put up by the police.
I accept that. But I thought...
And if that fails, consequences flow, won't they?
Yes,
we won't then have to go into further questions, I don't think. But in any event, these are matters of argument too, I would have thought. And Mr. Berger's point is that we haven't really got an expert on cost-benefit analysis.
Well,
so it's a matter which, if he's giving evidence as an individual without the benefit of special expertise, then the evidence isn't really admissible. It's a matter that can be argued on the facts before us. So I'm inclined to think the objection is a good one.
It's fine. It's fine. Why did...
Sorry, can I ask you a question in relation to the questions you just asked?
Yeah.
When did you first become aware of the fact that there was a small copy or a scene 2?
Waqala nini ukuqonda ukuba kukho encinanana intatyana kulaa ndawo?
Voorsitter, ek dink dit eers vir my duidelik geword toe ek in 'n telefoniese gesprek met generaal-majoor Naidu was.
I think, Mr. President, it only became clear to me when I had a telephonic discussion with General Naidu when he told me.
Ndicinga uba ingathi ndiye ndacacelwa kakuhle emva kokuba ndibe nothethathethwano noGeneral Naidu.
En toe ek op ligfoto's of op Google gaan kyk het, moet ek sien in perspektief tot die groot koppie.
This was during a time that I was looking at Google photos that were taken there, and then I became aware of this scene 2 happening.
About what time would that have been?
Kwakungexesha endandikhangele kwifoto lapho ke ndithe ndaqwalasela le indawo khona okanye le nto khona.
Voorsitter, ek kan nie presies onthou nie. Dit was waarskynlik voor 5 of in die omgewing van 5 uur, maar
can't remember with precision, Mr. Chairperson, but it could have been just before 5 or thereafter.
Ndikhumbule kakuhle ke ukuba ibinobanga xesha bani kodwa ingathi bekulapha kwizithuba zaphambi ko-5.
As I've already indicated to you that I act inter alia for the people who were arrested, can you tell us why those people were arrested?
Njengoba utshilo ke kwabakho ukubanjwa kwabantu abathile, ungasicacisela usixelele uba babanjwa ngaliphi ixesha aba bantu?
Hoekom die persone op die kopie gearresteer was, die 259?
I want to know why the 215 on the copy were arrested. Is that the question?
Correct, yes. It was actually about 270, but the numbers don't matter. Let's say more than 250.
Umbuzo busithi babebanjelwa ntoni abo bantu kona kuvakele ke uba bebenoba ngama250 nama50.
Voorsitter, vir besit van gevaarlike wapens as ek dit nie mis het nie.
If I'm not missing it, Mr. Chairperson, I think it's being in possession of dangerous weapons.
Ukuba andiphazame ingathi babanjwa ngenxa yokuba bephethe izixhobo ezinobungozi.
You are missing it. Or let me ask you this. To your knowledge, were any of the people arrested there linked to any specific weapons found?
Ngokolwazi lwakho ke abantu abathe babanjwa phaya zikhona na izixhobo ekwathiwa zezona umuntu ngamnye ebeziphethe na?
This witness wasn't on the scene. He wasn't involved in making the arrests. Any evidence he can give on the matter is likely to be hearsay. The people directly concerned, presumably, people more directly concerned, are going to give evidence in due course. You're almost asking him to guess or to tell us what he heard from other people later. I don't know that's going to help us in our investigation.
Okay, Chairperson, well, I thought he was the big honcho in the CJOC, but that's fine. If these things were not discussed with him, or he played no role in the arrests, or if the chairperson knows that he played no role, then that's fine.
Any role in the arrest?
Voorsitter, nee, ek was nie teenwoordig en was net terugvoer gegee het soos die mense gearresteer was. Ek dink ook melding van public violence, openbare geweld.
Umbuzo uthi wathatha inxaxheba
deel daarvan nie.
I wasn't part of the people that arrested. Reports were made to me, also pertaining to the members of the public works, but I wasn't personally.
Umbuzo busithi ke kumhlekazi wathatha inxaxheba na wena.
I'm sorry, I spoke of public works, public order policing.
Public violence.
Public violence.
I think he said geweld. It's openbare geweld, it's public violence.
Public violence, yes.
Mr. Poffer, you get an opportunity to ask these questions of people who have more direct knowledge of it. I'm not stopping the inquiry altogether.
Kuthiwa wathatha inxaxheba wena kuko ukubanjwa kwabantu abathi babanjwa ke phaya ngalamini uthi hayi ebengekho ke yena kakangathatha inxaxheba.
Yes, no, I accept that, Chairperson, if especially since he has confirmed he played no role, even in terms of directing others.
A concurring judgment.
Okay, something happened in the last time, Chairperson. Now, all right, I think that question will also have to go to the other people. You accept, I'm sure you do. Well, let me put it this way. I take it that you don't subscribe to the theory that it didn't matter in terms of the operation whether there were 3 armed people or 300 or 3,000. And I can assure you, I know that's Mr. Bezos' favorite subject. So I'm going to approach it briefly and from another perspective. But the question, because I know he must have covered it. What I'm saying is, you, as a matter of fact, with your experience as a policeman, you would agree that it would make a difference whether there were 3 people who are armed, or 300 or 3,000.
Ndiyethemba uba ke njengepolisa ke noxa ke uthe wena bungakhange uthathe inxaxheba ekubanjweni kwabantu abathi babanjwa ibingenawuba into ekhathazayo into yokokuba babe bathathwa okanye babe ngamakhulu na abantu abebephethe izixhobo.
Voorsitter, is net belangrijk dat ek verstaan, make a difference in terms of the number of police officers deployed or the deployment of resources or...
Yes, thank you. That's a fair question. Yes, I mean, firstly, in terms of the deployment of the resources, the numbers, the numbers of paramilitary personnel, the numbers of, or let's put it this way, the numbers of people with sharp ammunition, the amount of barbed wire, all those kinds of things. Yeah. In other words, on the overall complexion of the, I know it's a vague term, of the operation.
Kuthiwa ke izinto enani eziphethe enizawuzisebenzisa okanye ezazikhona lo mini zazingakanani zizonke nje izinto ezazikhona ziphathelwe kona uba xa kukho imfuneko zisetyenziswa.
Voorzitter, ek sien advokaat Poffer stem nie saam met my definisie van paramilitair nie. Ek volstaan nog steeds dat dit nie paramilitaire eenhede is nie, maar
I see that the chairperson that Advocate Pepper doesn't agree with my definition of what I understand paramilitary, but I will go on.
You know what I mean, STF.
Voorzitter, daar is verskeie faktore wat ons na kyk. Ons kyk na risikofaktore, ons kyk na dreigemente.
Certain factors we looked at, Mr. Chairperson. We look at the risk factor, the threat factor.
Ziliqela izinto esithi siziqwalasele xa sisiya kwimeko.
Ons kyk na getalle, ons kyk na pertinente dreigemente, ons kyk na geskiedenis van geweld.
Pertinent dangers, we look at the numbers.
History of violence.
And we look at the history of violence.
Siqwalasela izinto ezithi zibe zinto ezikhoyo kanye kufuneka sizilumkele ezinobungozi. Siphinde ke siqwalasele nento yokuba kanene kwixesha eligqithileyo kwenzeka ngoluphi uhlobo izinto ezithi zibe nobundlobongela okanye nokonzakaliswa kwabantu.
Voorsitter, ons kyk ook na die geografie van die betrokke omgewing.
We also look at the geography of the area that is in question.
Siphinde ke kwakhona siqwalasele nendawo le ekuthi kube kukho isenzo esifanele uba sibekho kuso okanye sinqande noba sithathe unyathelo.
En dan uiteraard ook na die bewapening van sodanige groepe.
And also how armed those people. Especially the kind of
Art, I think, means especially the amount of weapons that were there, that the group had. Would that be a fair translation?
Ek is gemaklik daarmee, voorsitter.
Right.
I am happy with this explanation.
The answer was yes to the question that you asked.
A long yes, Chairperson. And I accept the answer.
Motivated yes, I suppose.
Yes. Let me just qualify it as follows. As economists would say, ceteris paribus, all those other things being the same, you've said the geography, what have you, and so on. Would it make a difference if the operation was targeted at 300 armed people, or 3,000 armed people? Assuming everything else you've said, and which I accept, remains the same.
Bekunobakho umehluko na ukuba inani labantu binobanga mhlawumbe abantu abathathu amakhulu amathathu abantu amawaka amathathu abantu bekuzokubakho umehluko na kumanani la.
I object to the question because it's quite unintelligible. You can't assume all things are the same if the witness says it depends on the area surrounding the incident. We don't know what the area is. My learned friend says 300 or 3,000. Can you tell us, are we dealing with 3 terrorists on the top of the Carlton Centre, armed to the teeth? Then you probably need about 1,000 POPs. Does he refer to something in the abstract, or is he really asking a question about Marikana? A core group of people armed, with a larger group on one version also armed, on another version not armed. Then we can use the water and the bucket.
I see there's substance in the point, but I think Mr. Boffer can repair the problem.
Yes.
I think what you want to know, Mr. Boffer, if I'm wrong, you'll correct me, that would your plan have been different? Would you have different plans if this group of 3,000 people on the Kopi only consisted of, in that group there were only 3 people who were armed, compared with the situation where there were 300 armed, compared to the situation where all 3,000 were armed. That's same area, same geography,
same everything
else. Not Carlton Centre and terrorists. I thought you wouldn't have had POP people if they were terrorists, armed terrorists. But anyway, I think that's your question.
That's my question.
That probably meets Mr. Berger's problem. Let's hear what the answer is.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. And I'm not answerable for Mr. Berger's intelligence. If he couldn't...
No, Mr. Boffer, don't go there.
Well, I can say the question is unintelligible. He shouldn't go there, Chairperson, as well. The question was very intelligible. You understood it.
We've had a harmonious relationship, all of us, so far, generally speaking.
I wouldn't go that far.
At this commission, and let it remain so. And this kind of sniping interstate doesn't help. So, just, all right?
Okay, well,
Major General, ignore that sniping, just answer the question. I've reframed.
Hear the evil, see the evil, and we do know evil, Chairperson. Voorsitter, ek het regtig dink ek het dit verduidelik toe ek die voorbeelde gesê het, meer mense, minder mense, gewapen en goed, maar om direk te antwoord op u, I think daar sal 'n verskillende benadering wees in terme van die ontplooiing van hulpbronne, as daar sou 3,000 gewapen wees teenoor 3.
I think I have already explained it when I explained in detail what the position would have been, Mr. Chairperson, but briefly, that plan would have been totally different if all 3,000 people were armed.
Uthi ke kona ngokucacileyo
the approach would have been different.
Icebo labo lokuphatha lo meko nokusondela kwabo bantu bebelapho bebezabe benelinye icebo kuba kukho nje abantu mhlamba bathathu.
Thank you. That's all I wanted. Now, once again, I'm sure this was canvassed with you, so I don't want to belabor it. But are you aware that of the top leadership, at least, and I'm talking about people like you, Khalid, Naidu, Mbombo, and a number of others, that there were so many versions, or there are so many versions of how many armed people were the subject of the operation. On one version, it was 4,000, that was on the 14th. But Khalid says, for example, that on the 14th, there were 3,000 to 4,000 armed people. And then he says on the 16th, there were, I think, 3,000 to 3,500 all armed, and I know that was canvassed with you by Mr. Bezos. And you say that the operation was focused on 300 people. 300 armed people. So thank you, Chairperson. Yes, 3 to 400. So you can accept that there are those differences, unless if you want to contest it. The real question is, do you think that if at the top there were such different versions of the problem, that the solution was bound to go haywire, so to speak, because you were diagnosing a different problem, if I'm correct in those numbers? Sorry, I know it's a long question.
Utike njengoba bekho amanani ohlukileyo ake akhankanywa ngama waka mathathu amakhulu amane bengama waka mathathu namakhulu amahlanu amakhulu amathathu kuya kumakhulu amane ukuba ke imeko le ibingolunye uhlobo ucinga ba ukusondela okanye ukuphathwa kwayo bekuyaba kohlukile na?
Voorsitter, ek sal dit as volg probeer beantwoord.
I'll try to respond as such, Mr. Chairperson.
Dit was aan my uitgewys deur meneer advokaat Bezos in terme van dit wat in Brigadier Khalid se verklaring is.
Attention was drawn to what was contained in Brigadier Khalid's statement by Advocate Bezos.
Kukwaqwalaselwa into ebithethiwe ithethwa ibhekiswe ku-Advocate Bezos.
Voorsitter, en ek het gesê dat die plan het nie net gedeel met die tussen 300 en 400 nie. Ek het gesê die plan het ook ingesluit die aanspreek van die groter groep in terme van 'n uiteendryfaksie.
I said, Mr. Chairperson, the plan was not only directed at the 300 to 400 rand. The plan was to deal with
So 300 to 400
all
people,
who were there.
not rand.
I think it was 300, 400 rand. It was 300, 400 people with weapons.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I think some getting a bit tired.
You know what the problem is? It's 3 o'clock, we should have tea. When we've had tea and you've had a rest, we'll have another go after tea.
After tea break.
And then mistakes like that which come from fatigue won't be repeated.
Thank you.
The Commission will now adjourn.
For 15 rand. 15.
My father was a cunning boy. That's why I'm a communist. I'm a communist. I'm a communist. I'm a communist. That's why I'm a communist. That's why I'm a communist. That's why I'm a communist. I'm a communist. I'm a communist. My mother was a kitchen girl.
Okay.
Can you first just help me with your name and your surname and what organization you are from?
Leina la ka ke Joshua Nape, ke tswa ke le ko Thekwani community, as ka fa tlase ga Bua community. Ke representile Thekwana as commissioner ele mo Rustenburg, commissioner e batla ba batla gore Dalimpofu a tswe fa a Pretoria. So rona re le community re Dalimpofu ga tsamaya a ya ko Pretoria, whereby ko Pretoria ga gona di mine. Accident ga ya diragala ko Pretoria e regetse ko Marikana. So re batla le gore puso government e tlo kgona bona even ba di mine workers ba itse le South America ba itse gore go ka fa re di puase, and then ba saka platinum ma rona ba bua maka ba bolella America ba ileng goreng boke bona ba ba rometseng ka fa gore rona re nna mo di shageng re nna mo di tinausong re palla go go aga for the sake of explosive e le reng ka fa tlase ga lefatshe. Our houses the damage wherever, even our children ga ba sana le by tomorrow. Our forefathers bought for us the housing already, they are broken. So they tell the American people, those are in America, they said we living in a nice life this side. Renna mo lefatsheng le le goreng le welcome mar ra sokola ga gona education a gona eng mine poor for us. So thanks, I can say it like that. So I want to say to I'm representing Tekwana community, and so I'm here for the sake of the commissioner. They said Dalimbo Fuji must go to Pretoria, so we are not saying, we are saying the Dalimbo Fish must not go into Pretoria, whereby the incident didn't happen to Pretoria. Pretoria, there is no Marikana, even there is no mines in Marikana. So we remain in say Dalimbo Fish is not going there. Even the commissioner is not going to Pretoria. We are here. We are coming to say Dalimbo Fish is remain here. Our president Zuma, when she's sending commissioner here in Rustenburg, he know the budget. Now they say the budget, there's no more money to pay the Dalimbo. So the president, she must take the act to Dalimbo. She must get each and everything here, whereby Dalimbo, the president, she's sending him here in Rustenburg. She must come in to see what's happening. I'm empty.
Okay, thanks a lot.
My father was a cannon ball. That's why I'm a communist. I'm a communist. I'm a communist. I'm a communist. That's why I'm a communist. That's why I'm a communist. That's why I'm a communist. I'm a communist. I'm a communist. My mother was a kitchen girl.
Okay.
Can you first just help me with your name and your surname and what organization you are from?
Leina la ka ke Joshua Nape, ke tswa ke le ko Tekwane community, as ka fa tlase ga bua community. Ke representile Tekwana as commissioner ele mo Rustenburg, commissioner e batla ba batla gore Dalimpofu a tswe fa e Pretoria. So rona re le community re Dalimpofu ga tsamaye a ya ko Pretoria, whereby ko Pretoria ga gona di mine. Accident ga ya diragala ko Pretoria, e diragetse ko Marikana. So re batla le gore puso government e tlo kgona bona even ba di mine workers ba itse le South America ba itse gore go ka fa re di puas, and then ba saka platinum ma rona ba bua maka ba bolella America ba ileng goreng boke bona ba ba rometseng ka fa gore rona re nna mo di shageng, re nna mo di tinausong, re palla go go aga for the sake of explosive e le reng ka fa tlase ga lefatshe. Our houses the damage wherever, even our children ga ba sana le by tomorrow. Our forefathers bought for us the housing already, they are broken. So they tell the American people, those are in America, they said we living in a nice life this side. Renna mo lefatshe le le goreng le welcome mar ga ra sokola ga gona education a gona eng mine u poor for us. So thanks, I can say it like that. So I want to say to I'm representing Takwana community, and so I'm here for the sake of the commissioner. They said Dalimbo Fuji must go to Pretoria, so we are not saying, we are saying the Dalimbo Fish must not go into Pretoria, whereby the incident didn't happen to Pretoria. Pretoria, there is no Marikana, even there is no mines in Marikana. So we remain inside. Dalimbo Fish is not going there. Even the commissioner is not going to Pretoria. We are here. We are coming to say Dalimbo Fish is remain here. Our president Zuma, when she's sending commissioner here in Rustenburg, he know the budget. Now they say the budget, there's no more money to pay the Dalimbo. So the president, she must take the act to Dalimbo. She must get H&N.
Commission will resume. General Mayor is nog steeds verkeerd.
Majors, General still and out.
Yes, thank you. Major General, just to proceed on what we were busy with, do I take it that when you refer to the larger group, you're talking about the 3,000 plus?
Voorsitter, dit is korrek.
Chairperson, that is correct.
Uthetha ngenani elingaphezudlwana labantu, uthetha ngamawaka lamathathu okanye ngaphezulu uthi ewe.
Now, you, in your statement, at paragraph 22, and contrary to what you have said here, but I'll give you an opportunity, obviously, to respond, you seem to indicate that it was the bigger group or the larger group that had to be disarmed. And I'm just going to read the last sentence. Sorry.
Kwi-statement sakho ingathi uthe ubuthetha ngenani elingaphezulu labantu ababefanele ukuba bathathelwe izixhobo zabo.
You said this entailed, I'm sorry, I'm assuming you've read the first part, so I'm reading it almost out of context. But it says, she instructed us to proceed with the implementation of stage 3 of the operational plan. This entailed a dispersal tactic with the intention of spreading the bigger group into smaller groups that would be more manageable and will allow the police to encircle smaller groupings with the intention to disarm and arrest them. Would you agree that statement refers to disarmament of the bigger group, at least?
Uyavumelana nani nento yokuba lento ubuyithetha usithi eyona njongo sasinayo yokuba yayingeyokuba sichithachithe elinani lukhulu labantu sizokwazi ukuthi sibathathele nezixhobo zabo. Leli nani ke belike lakhankanyo apha lamawaka angaphezulu kwamathathu na.
So dit is altyd bedoel die groter gewapende groep, so nie noodwendig die groot 3000 groep.
What was intended there was that the bigger armed group, not the large group of people.
Eyona njongo ngokuthetha ngeqela elali likhulu ibingelilo elona lona likhulu kunabo bonke okanye wonke amaqela akhoyo apho.
Yeah, well, I don't understand that. I thought you and I have established that when you refer to the bigger group, you're talking about the 3,000.
Voorsitter, die groter groep in terme van konteks en teenstelling met die kleiner groep.
The bigger group in context with reference, with comparison to the smaller group.
Xa bendithetha mna ke ngeqela elalilukhulu kunelinye bendithetha ngeqela elikhulu kuneli besilibona ilelona lincinci.
Yes, well, that makes it worse. It means then the bigger group, in your terms, is the rest of the people, which had to be disarmed, rather encircled into smaller groups and disarmed.
Ubusithi ke uthetha ukuthi ke ngokwena busithi iqela elalilukhudlwana kuneli lincinci lelona bekufuneka lithathelwe izixhobo na.
Voorzitter, ek my getuienis verduidelik en ek verwys na twee distinct groups.
I explained in my evidence, Chairperson, I referred to two distinct groups.
Die groot groep so wat 3000 en die kleiner groep tussen 3 en 400.
The bigger group, 3,000 more, and the smaller group between 3 and 400.
Uthi ke uthethe yena ngeqela elalilukhulu xa kuqathaniswa neqela elalilincinci eli bethetha ngalo yena leli lamakhulu belinoba ngabantu abangamakhulu 3 ukuya kwamane kanti elikhulu ibileli lamawaka 3 nangaphezulu.
Dit verduidelik dat daar voorsiening gemaak is sou dit nodig wees om die groter groep uiteen te dryf.
I also made mention that provisions would have been made if it became necessary to disperse the larger group.
Uthi ke nebesele chilo nokuthi amalungiselelo benokwenziwa okokuba kuchithachithwe elona likhulu iqela ukuba bekuthe kwakho imfuneko yo.
Maar dat nie verwag was dat dit sou nodig wees nie dat hulle waarskynlik self sou uiteengaan soos wat hulle ook dan op die einde van die dag uiteengegaan het.
It was however not expected that this would have to be done as it did happen that they dispersed on their own.
Bekungalindelekanga ke noko ukuba izawungenzeka into yokuba bachithachitheke njengokuba enyanisweni bade bachithachitheka.
Context in my verklaring van hierdie bigger group is die groter gewapende groep.
The context in my statement here referring to the bigger group refers to the armed group.
Dat die intentie was om hulle te ontwapen en te arresteer.
That the intention was to disarm and to arrest them.
This group is bigger than what other group?
Ekuthetheni kwami ke ngeqela eli ibileli elalixhobile.
Ek het nie gehoor nie, voorsitter.
The group you're referring to was bigger than what other smaller group?
Die groter gewapende groep, voorsitter.
The
bigger group was big, that we're talking about here in your statement was bigger than what other smaller group? What's the smaller group that's implied in the use of the comparative word bigger for group?
Nee, ek sien wat jy bedoel, voorsitter. Nee, die
context
dan. Daar's nie 'n ander kleiner, daar's nie 3 groepe gewees nie. Was 'n groot groep en 'n kleiner groep.
There were not 3 groups there. There was a bigger and a smaller group.
So really the smaller group is what you mean. Sorry, the expression bigger group, it refers to the smaller group.
Dis reg, voorsitter.
That's correct.
Dis die groep van 3 tot 400 gewees het wat ons dan verder wil opreken.
I'm talking of the group between 3 and 400 which we intended breaking up into smaller groups.
Uthi njengokuba ebethetha ngeqela elikhulu neqela elincinci ebengathethi ngeli lincinci ngo ebethetha ngelikhulu eli ngamakhulu 3 kuya kwamane.
General, maybe it's my fault. Totally confused now. You and I have established that the larger group or the bigger group is the 3,000. And as the chairperson said, in relation, when you have 2 groups, when you say the larger and the smaller, clearly the larger group meant the one that is not the 300 to 400.
I didn't say that. I just asked him.
No, I'm saying...
When you talk about the big... You said, well, as the chairman said.
Yes.
The chairman didn't say that. The chairman said, when you talk about the bigger group, he implies there must be a smaller group. What's the smaller group? And he said that by the bigger group, he really meant the smaller group.
Yeah.
And I commented it was a strange use of language, but that's the evidence. And I can understand people don't always express themselves well, but anyway, that's his evidence.
No, okay. Well, I put it to you, despite what people do, that in that paragraph, when you were talking about the bigger group, you were indeed talking about the 3,000 plus, and that the version that it was only the 300 is one that is much later afterthought. In other words, what I'm saying is that you were like the others, like Khalid and so on and so on, working on the assumption that the 3,000 armed people.
Uthi ke njengoba wena ubuthetha ngeqela elincinci nelikhulu eli lincinci kucacile ukuba ibileli labantu abangamakhulu amathathu kuya kwamane njengokuba bekusoloko kuthethwa ngeqela elikhulu lingaphezulu kwamawaka amathathu. Wena ke ubuthetha enyanisweni uthetha ngeli lamakhulu lamawaka amathathu.
Before you answer, Major General, Mr. Semenya wants to say something.
Chair, that type of construction then suggests the only group that was going to be broken up is 3,000 and nothing would have been done with a group of 300 to 400.
Objection?
I'm saying, Chair, we're going to say the direct meaning of the statement of the witness, if given that construction, would then suggest the implausible.
No, I understand you're going to say that. I'm just asking you, is that an objection?
I'm raising that for fairness of the question, Chair.
All right. Well, Mr. Semenya has raised what he wants to raise.
Yeah.
You want to ask a question now?
Yes, I'll ask the question, Chairperson. I want to suggest that the bigger group that you referred to the estimated 3,000 or so people, which may or may not have included the 300. But it's the people at the copy, it's the larger crowd, as it were. Not, or whatever it is, it's definitely not the smaller crowd.
Uthi ke elinani ubuthetha ngalo uthetha ngeqela elikhulu ubuthetha ngeli lamawaka amathathu ukuya kubheka ngaphezulu ibingelilo eli lamakhulu amathathu kuya kwamane.
Nee, ek het verwys in my getuienis daarna omvattend in terme van die onderskeid in die twee groepe.
I referred extensively to it in my evidence, Mr. Chairperson, with reference to the two distinct groups.
Ek moet verwys na bewysstuk S3 wat daar spesifiek gemaak word van die kleiner groep en dan
the exhibit S3 where reference is made to the smaller group.
Ubungathethi ngala ngeliqela lamawaka kodwa ke nam njengoba beningathethi ngeliqela lamawaka amathathu bendithetha ngeli lincinci lamakhulu amathathu kuya kwamane nelinye ilaba bebexhobile.
En dan selfs in bewysstuk G13 Brigadier Khalid se verklaring.
Also contained in exhibit G13, that is Colonel Khaled's statement. Brigadier Khaled's.
And ithethe nam ngale statement esibesenziwe nangu-Brigadier Khaled's.
Daar waarskynlik seker omtrent 5 keer wat hy verwys na die onderskeid, maar ek wil pertinent verwys na paragraaf 12 aan die einde.
With specific reference to paragraph 12, reference is made many times to this group.
Ndithethile ke bendijolise mna kwelo nani belixeliwe kukho ke neli liphinde laxelwa apha ku paragraph 12.
Ek haal aan, at this stage a group of the men on the mountain, some of them covered with blankets and armed with weapons, were on the ground about 80 meters away from the barbed wire vehicles. These men were very aggressive and were waving their weapons at us. They were about 300 to 400 men. The rest of the men remained on the kopje from where they were chanting and waving their weapons at us.
Yeah, that's...
Uthi ke ndatsho ke uba bekukho inani lamadoda ebenokuba ngamakhulu amathathu kuya kwamane bebembethe ingubo bekukhangeleka ngathi banoba banazo izixhobo apho phantsi kwezo zinto abona bantu kodwa ke okanye elona qela bendithetha ngalo ibileli ndilitshoyo ngoku.
Yes, well, that's exactly the problem, General. It is the fact that, according to what you've just read now, the rest of the men were chanting and waving their weapons at us. In other words, according to that sentence, the rest were also wielding weapons. And if that is not enough, if you go to paragraph 19 of Khalid's, he says the crowd that assembled on the copy was unruly and very aggressive. They were all armed with extremely dangerous homemade and bought weapons, which they clearly intended to injure and kill SAPS members. They acted as one group, and all of them associated themselves with the action of each other. All of them had the same intention or goal. So if you read what you've said, where he says the rest were armed, together with what he says in paragraph 19, then there can't be any dispute that he's saying everybody there was armed.
Njengoba kufundwa kule nto ibhaliweyo statement esibhaliweyo uthi kucacile uba wena ubuthetha ngabo bantu njengoba usithi bebexhobile bemane bezolathisa ngakuthi izixhobo zabo icacile ke le nto ubuthetha ngaba bantu baxhobileyo.
Voorzitter, ek het ook in my getuienis verwys na my waarneming en dat die groter groep, die 3000 so wat, dat van hulle ook gewapen was met meer tradisionele wapens.
Mr. Chairperson, I made a reference to this in my evidence that the bigger group were also armed with, I said, traditional weapons.
Uthi ke nditshilo kwakhona ke kuba neli qela likhulu labantu lalixhobile nalo abanye njengoba bebezolathisa kuthi izixhobo zabo ikakhulu ke bona bebexhobe ngezixhobo zesintu.
Brigadier Khalid sal sy eie waarneming van die groep sal hy kan kom verduidelik.
Brigadier Khalid will come and explain his own observation of the group.
Umhlekazi Khalid naye angatsho acacise akubonayo yena ngokunokwakhe.
Yeah. Before we move to another aspect of this, if you can assist the Commission by going to paragraph 12 of your statement.
Sizake sibheke ku paragraph 12 ye statement sakho uzokwazi uba uncede le commission.
Once again, you speak there about feedback and the breakdown of negotiations and so on. And the last sentence is, this in turn led to the bigger group becoming more hostile, causing a breakdown with further communication. Which group are you referring to now?
Indawo ethileke kuko apho uthi khona le esisenzo ke sajika senze nento kokuba neli qela likhulu libe nobundlobongela kanti ke leliphike eliqela uthetha ngalo.
Voorzitter, soos ek die terugvoer op die 15de Augustus onthou.
So I remember the feedback on the 15th.
Ikhumbula uthethathethwano lwalukho nge-15 ka-August.
Het Brigadier Khalid gemeld dat die 5 persone het vanaf die kleiner, meer militante groep uit die groepie uitgekom.
Brigadier Khalid made report to me that these 5 people came out of the smaller group and came to the front.
Brigadier Khalid uthe yena kwaphuma abantu abahlanu kweli qela lincini.
En dat hierdie bigger groep waarna verwys word, die groter 3000 so wat 3000 is of hoeveel daar op die betrokke dag was met die groter groep.
The bigger group he refers to here is the group which was at the back, the 3,000 or so.
Liqela likhulu ke athe nalo wathetha ngalo cacile ukuba ibileli eli nabantu abangamawaka angaphezulu kwamathathu.
So what you're really asking us to believe is that in that paragraph, when you said the bigger group, you're talking about the 3,000. And in the other paragraph that I quoted to you, you were talking about actually the smaller group. How does that make sense?
Xa uthetha ngeqela elikhulu iqela elikhulu uthetha ngeli lamawaka amathathu. Xa uthetha ngelinye iqela eli uthetha ngeli lamakhulu amathathu.
Voorsitter, ek het my bedoeling oorgedra in terme van daai betrokke paragraaf.
I mentioned my intention in terms of that particular paragraph already, Mr. Chairperson.
En dat het verwysing was na die gewapende groep van so wat 3 tot 400.
This was, I said, with reference to the armed group of between 300 and 400.
Icacisile eyona nto bendijolise kuyo xa bendithetha ngolo hlobo bendithetha ke ngeli nani laba bantu bangamakhulu amathathu.
Yes, well, thank you. I put it to you that you are busy contradicting yourself because the use of that same phrase in the same statement made by you could not possibly have meant the exact opposite in one place and then the other. And that you are doing so because this evidence that the operation was aimed at the smaller group, the real smaller group, is an afterthought. You, like the others, were intending to deal with the 3,000. Sorry, it's a long statement, but since I expect you to deny it, I suppose I'm entitled.
Uthi ke ndithi kuwe ke wena ke njengabanye aba njengoba uthetha ngolhlobo kumani uyiguqula intetho yakho ucacile ukuba eyona nto ubuyithetha neyavakalayo kakuhle uba ibiyintoni.
Voorsitter, ek stem nie saam nie. Ek kan ook net daarop wys dat Brigadier Kalitz reeds sy verklaring op die 19de Augustus 2012 afgelê het.
I do not agree with this, Mr. Chairperson. It's clear that Brigadier Khaled already made his statement on the 19th of December, 19th of August 2012.
Uthe nikhange ke ndiyenze lonto beningathethileyo into ngoba ubrigadier lo uKhaletse besele esenzile sakhe istatement kwangomhla we-19 August.
Voorsitter, en dat daar pertinente foto's is wat daarna verwys van die twee groepe en dat daar ook vermelding is in bewystuk L.
Zikhona ke nefoto ezimbini njengoba bekuthethwa ngamaqela amabini.
There are also two photos which bears reference to the two distinct two photos.
Not two. Photos.
Some photos.
Different. Photos that refers to two different groups.
Uthi yifoto kodwa ekubonakaliswa okanye kuvele kuyo ifoto amaqela amabini.
Photographs which shows or depicts two separate groups.
That's correct, sir. Yes.
Yeah, no, I'm not. You will know, you'll be told that I dispute the notion of two separate groups. But for the purposes of this question, I'll accept it as something that was there. The point I'm making is that your version, or rather, exactly because of what you are saying, Khalit's statement was made in August, so it was more contemporaneous with the events. Two, Khalid was on the field there. He saw these things with his own eyes. You have told us that you didn't. So we have to believe Khalid's version just for those two reasons alone, let alone all the other people who say that there were thousands of armed people, and your own statement which suggests so.
Uthi ke njengoba uthetha ngolhlobo ezinye izinto ngoku sozikhanyela uthetha ngobrigadier Khalid lo icacile ke into yona ubuyithethile yona nto ubuyithethile.
Voorsitter, ek net sê ek stem nie saam nie, want dit is iets wat moet geargumenteer word en besluit word op.
Chairperson, now just end up by saying I don't agree with this. This is something that was to be argued and be discussed.
Tandivumelani ke naleyo intetho.
Okay, thank you. I happen to agree with you. So I won't take it to task that it will be argued. But let's take it a little bit further. Your version about the so-called group of 300 to 400 is unsustainable for another reason.
Le ntetho yakho ngoku ngaba bantu bangamakhulu amathathu kuya kumakhulu amane ayikwazi ukuma ngenxa yesinye kwakhona isizathu.
Yes, sorry, I forgot to use the word armed. That was the group that was armed. And I'll just take you through your own statement. You'd agree that your version is that by the 6 o'clock meeting, there were already 300 armed people at the copy on the 16th, correct?
Uyavuma na uba ubuthe wena kukwaba bantu banobanga lamakhulu mathathu bheka phezulu kwasele kukho ababonakala bengabaxhobileyo.
That's on paragraph 17 of your statement.
Voorsitter, is nie presies soos wat meneer advokaat Pofo dit oordra nie.
It's not as precise as Ms. Advocate Pofo is putting it, Ms. Chairperson.
Intetho ke leyo ne ibi ngalo olu hlobo ncam umhlekazi athetha ngalo.
Ek verwys na die intelligensieverslag deur kolonel Isaacs.
I am making reference here to the intelligence report by Colonel Isaacs.
Uthi ndithethe nge-report eyenziweyo nguColonel Isaacs.
Hy dan meld dat daar reeds 300 persone by die koppie is en baie van hulle, many of them are in possession of dangerous weapons.
I refer to where he spoke of in the region of 300 people on the mountain, and he said many of them armed with dangerous weapons.
Uthi ke yena wathi ke njengokuba ingxelo isithi le yalomfo uKalex kukho abaninzi abemi phaya phezulu khona phaya entabeni and kukhangeleka abaninzi phakathi kwelo qela elo lixhobile ngaba ke bebenoba ngamakhulu amathathu kuya phezulu.
Okay, even if you accept that, if you read that in conjunction with paragraph 19, your own evidence is that at 9:45, the members deployed at the observation post reported that about 600 people arrived at the copy, heavily armed, that a lot of people are still on their way from the eastern side. In other words, another 600 people arrived heavily armed at about 9:45. So that 300, even if you give or take, that it was just a majority, plus the 600, cannot amount to 300 again.
Kukho kwindawo kwakhona apho uphinde wathetha khona ngabanye abathe nabo bafika ininzi labo likhangeleka lixhobile kakhulu uthetha nangamakhulu amathandathu.
Voorsitter, die paragraaf van my verklaring is verwysend na die terugvoer wat ek gekry het toe ek teruggekeer het by die JOC waar dit gerapporteer was dat die observasiepost dit sodanig oorgedra het.
The paragraph refers to, Ms. Chairperson, after my return back to the JOC, that this was information that had been carried over to the people.
Uthi ke elinani likhankanywayo apha likwi-statement esathi senzeka emva kokuba yena bephindele emva apho kuthe kwavakala khona uba kwafika abantu and livele apho ke elo nani.
This report made by the people who were at the observation post.
Yes.
Ingumbiko othe ufika uvela kubantu ababekwindawo yokuma baqwalasele imeko okanye nokwenzekayo.
Yes, no, I'm not suggesting that you had first-hand information. All I want to say is that, to your knowledge, whether it was reported by others to you or not, but to your knowledge, there was a group of 600 people who were armed, and another group of about 300, the majority of which were armed, which is about 900, 3 times the number that you've told us.
Uthi nakathethi umhlekazi akathethi ngento eyabikwa ngabanye abantu uthi ngokunolwazi lwakho wena ubuthethe ngabantu othe wena kwafika kwakho iqela labantu abanokuba amakhulu amathandathu.
Voorsitter, nee, ek dink nie mense moet dit noodwendig saamtel nie. Dit kan wees dat uit hierdie 600 was daar dan die 3 tot 400 geskatte gewapende persone.
No, a person should not add it up that way, Mr. Chairperson. Possibilities that these 300 or 400 could have separated from the number that has been mentioned earlier.
was not what the observation post people said. According to Exhibit FF25, which is the occurrence register of the it's note 978, 945, situation report, OP1 reported that 600 people arriving at the Koppie heavily armed. A lot of people still was coming from eastern side. So what the two members, I think they were STF people, and what they reported from the observation post was 600 people heavily armed. Now, maybe, of course, that some of those people who were heavily armed, who were arriving at 9:45, were part of the larger group who were mainly armed with traditional weapons. But I don't know that one can read this report as indicating that there was a group of 600 people of whom 300 were armed. That's not what the observers said.
Well, Chairperson, I don't know what else it can mean.
That would intend to be a point in your favour, Mr.
Yes, I agree.
I'm sorry if you don't like
maybe
it. But I'm just trying to find out what the facts are.
Maybe I was unwisely trying to amplify it. I'll leave it at that, Chairperson. But I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. So would you respond to the question as further explained by the Chairperson? Thanks, John.
Voorsitter, wat ek sê is dat van die 600 gewapende persone dat van hulle was die klein groepie geweest, dat die 300 wat aanvanklik op die koppie was wat die intelligensie gegee het, is nie noodwendig te sê dis van die klein groep nie. En dat ek verstaan dat dit 600 dan nou plus 300 is, so 900 potensieel swaar gewapende persone. Maar dat van hulle dan verseker tussen die groot groep kon wees, want daar was pertinent ook wapens in die groter groep gewees, maar meer tradisionele wapens.
As it was stated that the bigger group also had arms amongst them, traditional weapons, they could have had other weapons. It could also be that the 300 that was mentioned later is part of the 600 that the observation post reported about.
Yes.
Futhi ke eliqela kuthethwa ngalo ngoku lamakhulu amathandathu labantu ababexhobile kusenokwenzeka ukuba mhlawumbi lidela lalelo nani ngenxa yokuba kunokwenzeka ukuba aba bebengamakhulu amathathu bafike bazibandakanya nabo badibana nabo aba ukuze libe ngako ke inani.
Yes, and that would then tend to support the contention that I put to you at the beginning of this discussion, which is that it was your view, as expressed in paragraph, I think, 22, that the larger group had to be disarmed.
Xa usitsho ke mhlekazi lo ntetho yakho ke inoba ke yona ingqinela le nto bendike ndayithetha kuwe phambilini xa bendisitsho ukuthi thetha uba inoba ke lela qela selidibene nabanye abathe nabo babe bayafika apho na.
Voorsitter, dit is nie so nie. Die fokus was gewees op kleiner 3 tot 400 swaar gewapende persone wat as 'n cohesive groep saam gefunksioneer het.
The focus, Mr. Chair, was on the group of between 3 and 400 rand, which was 3 to 400 people that were heavily armed and that were cohesive.
Intetho ibijoliswe kwaba
the cohesive group.
Kwa ibijoliswe kwaba bebengamakhulu amathathu ukuya kwamane bexhobe kakhulu.
Voorsitter, dit het nie uitgesluit dat die groter groep wapens gehad het nie, maar dit was meestal soos waargeneem tradisionele wapens.
It does not exclude, Mr. Chairperson, that the bigger group was also armed, but it mentioned that mostly traditional kinds of weapons.
Lento ndiyithetha ayithethi into ethi kweli nani laba bantu bebaninzi ngaphezu kwabanye bekungekho bantu baxhobileyo. Kodwa ndithe mna isikakhulu bibingabantu abaxhobe ngezixhobo zesintu.
Dan was daar ook gerapporteer deur die groep wat in die suidweste was, kaptein Kiet, kom ek verwys nou maar na die groter kaptein Kiet se groep.
I also refer to the group that was stationed to the west as Captain Kiet's group reported.
Uthi bendithethile ke nangabanye abantu abebekweli cala lingaku Captain West abantu nabo bebe linani labo
dat in hulle veeaksie is daar
India.
soveel as meer as 500 mense wat deurgegaan het waarvan sommiges wapens gehad het en hulle verbaal ingelig was om dit neer te lê wat hulle gedoen het.
That during their sweeping operation, more than 500 people came there who had traditional weapons. They were told to put down their weapons, and some did so willingly.
Ukutheke ngexesha lokuchithachithwa kwabo abantu kwabakho abanye abafikayo bebenokuba mhlawumbi 300 bephethe izixhobo abathi kodwa xa kusithiwa bazibeke phansi izixhobo zabo bazibeke.
Right, I'll leave I'm getting more confused. I'll leave it for argument. But safe to say this, that, and to invite your comment, that I will argue at the end that this was one of the key criticisms which can be leveled at this operation. If the leadership of which you are part, the top 5 in the line of command, had different views as to what was the task at hand. If Khalid thought there were 3,000 people single-minded, all armed and dangerous and with intention to kill the police, and you thought it was 300 to 400 of those people, which may be 900, and the National Commissioner says it doesn't matter even if it was just 3 of them. It would make no difference. That, honestly, that is a state of such utter confusion in the ranks that there could not have been a successful operation. No wonder that 4 people were killed.
Sorry, I don't understand that question. There are 2 things I don't understand. I don't remember the National Commissioner said it didn't matter if there were 3 people who were armed.
She did.
It's 300 this witness and 3,000 Cardiff. That's the distinction you're putting. But never mind what Cardiff thought. If this witness thought that there were 300 who needed to be dealt with, and he was satisfied with the plan that he said he was, then I take it he will have to say that he thought that the plan was adequate for 300 armed people, heavily armed people. The fact that Cardiff thought that there were more heavily armed people wouldn't be relevant to his assessment of whether the plan was a satisfactory plan regard being had to the situation as he saw it. So I don't understand your question. No. I understand the idea behind it, that if you've got a whole lot of 5 people around the table agreeing on a plan, each one has a different idea of what the problem is, then the result might be chaos. But if you ask one of them whether the plan, which he thought was a good plan, was suitable for the situation as he understood it, he's likely to say yes. So I don't understand where this question gets.
Well, Chairperson, maybe you'll understand it if I give you this following example. If you, or let's say me, if I was to be operated...
No, let's not include the 2 of us.
Yes, let's
take Mr. Berger.
Mr. Berger, even better, thank you. Then I'll make it more severe, Chairperson. If Mr. Berger was to be operated upon, just to keep the word operation, no, dental operation, by 5 dental surgeons, and one of them thought the problem was with 3 of his teeth, the other one thought the problem was with 10 of his teeth, the other one thought it was with all of his teeth, then I don't think he'll come out alive. That's really the kind of point I'm making. If the leadership...
I think we understand your point.
Yes.
I see it's 4 o'clock. Perhaps the witness, in view of this very difficult question that you've posed to him, perhaps he'd like to think about it overnight.
Sleep over.
Give us the benefit of his answer tomorrow morning.
Yes, please, Chairperson. And
let it be interpreted first so the interpreters remember what the question is while it's still fresh in their mind.
Thanks, Chairperson. I just wanted to say, even to the interpreters, build into that homework the fact that the difference between your own statement between the 300 and the 900 and then the other people.
Why Mr. Berger still got a mouthful of teeth? He'd like to say something.
Okay, yes.
Ezawuthi iqwalaselwe ke ibingulombuzo obungokugqibela besawubekile kumhlekazi ngoku ke umehluko ke okhoyo apha kuzawube kuphinde kuqalaselwe le ntetho yokugqibela ekufikelelwe kuyo ngoku.
My learned friend was also going to tell us whether he's going to be another 3 days or 300 days or 3,000 days in cross-examination. So perhaps this is the occasion, Chair.
Us at the beginning of that he would tell us, give us a sort of positional assessment, if that's the right word, where he is it now. Okay, are you in a position to do that, Mr. Mbogo? I understand injury time is difficult to predict,
yes,
but subject to that.
No, Chairperson. Well, I'm going to. All I can promise is that I'm going to do my best overnight to condense the rest of my cross-examination. As it stands now, I won't be finished in the half day that is left. But you never know, Chairperson. I might surprise you and even Mr. Berger. I'm going to do my best.
Well, it's the kind of surprise that one looks forward to.
It will be a pleasant surprise. I'm really going to try, Chairperson, because even my own plans would be, the whole idea was that the reason I came back was to be able to do this witness so that I can then refocus on the Pierre, rather than having two cross-examinations hanging. Yeah.
No, I understand. So, may I ask which of the other parties is going to wishes to cross-examine after that, just so we can bear that in mind? It's more relevant for next week, I suppose. But, Mr. Tip, I think you
and
keeping
Mr.
your
Berger.
powder dry for the moment, right?
As we did previously, and it will be short.
I see. All right. Mr. Force?
Chair, we were advised that the Human Rights Commission are keen to go after Mr. Mpofu
Yes,
on a very informal basis.
You for AMCO, are you?
I am, Chair. And the understanding was then that AMCO and the families team would follow after
the Human Rights Commission.
Or after whoever wants to go after then, really.
I understand Ms. Jelly is likely to be back on Monday, is that right? And she's going to cross-examine. That's correct.
Chairperson?
That's correct, Chair.
And Mr. Gumbi, I think, as well.
No,
Not this witness.
Pierre.
It's for General Pierre, Chairperson.
Mr. Gumbi, not for this witness, Chairperson. For General Pierre. If you remember, the Chairperson said you might as well wait for my cross-examination.
No, I understand that. Now, he's waiting to cross-examine the National Commissioner. But is he going to cross-examine this witness as well?
He says no.
No, Chairperson.
So is there anyone else who wants to cross-examine? Mr. Berger, you were here.
We'd like to ask a few questions. It won't be long, Chair.
Anybody else?
Chairperson, if I may, I don't. Is someone from the Human Rights Commission here? Oh, okay. Then, because I have some.
Ms. LaRue is here, but she came to see me, introduce herself to me, to tell me that the three of us,
yes,
and to say that Advocate Jelly will be here on Monday. She and Ms. Hardy came to her.
No, fine.
Jelly
I had
will
a
be
different
here,
discussion with her.
armed with a quiver full of questions to ask this witness on
Thank
Monday.
you, Chairperson. No, that's fine.
All right, so we now know who's going to cross-examine after you finish. So that's something for the witness and the rest of us to look forward to. At this point, we'll adjourn. Oh, I suppose the interpreter will interpret some of the stuff while the interpreters remember.
Ayuza kunixelela utata uBoyo okokuba bekuthiwani ngale ntetho ngoku emva kokuba kumhlekazi uMpofu ethembisa okokuba uzakwenza yonke into esemandleni okokuba agqibe ngomso kwase kuza ababanye abantu bazobuza nabo nje kafuphinyana umhlekazi uBheka nomhlekazi uTip umgumbi uthi akabuza imibuzo bakwa Human Rights nabo amana imibuzo sethemba kokuba kuzawugqitywa ngelo xesha uthi umhlekazi sinicacisele lento phambi kokuba siphume namhla.
Based on that note, we will adjourn until tomorrow morning at 9:30.
So is this getting ngomsomo 9:30?
Adjourning at the end of the evidence tomorrow will be at 1:00.
Sizawuthi ngo-1 sigqibe sivale ngomso.
And because we're not sitting on Friday, so those who want to make travel arrangements may find that information of use.
Sinawuhlala ngoLwesihlanu xa kukhona abafuna ukugoduka benza amalungiselelo.